That's pretty much black and white. It's great.
All right, the board is now exiting executive session just for the purpose of obtaining legal advice on that. We're on agenda item number 2 at this time, 376 Ray Street. If you'll give us an introduction and overview, Frank.
This item is an appeal of a decision that they were requesting replacement of metal roof with shingles at the rear product. The structure is not rated. It's in the west side, circa 1930, and historic materials demolition permit. On the board, where the structure is located, building in question is actually this rear structure with the red roof. Of Race Street. And more maps of the structure. Are the applicants.
Right, is the applicant present? Please state your name. Go ahead, when you're ready.
So when I left the meeting last time, I was a little confused because some members of the board said that the roof didn't require replacement, but I was denied. And being in the historic demolition zone, my understanding was that the board just had to state that the roof required replacement, and therefore I approval to remove the material. I'm happy to go back through the presentation again if that's required. That's what we're.
Do you have any board questions for the applicant? Okay. We'll move on to public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is in agreement with the board's previous discussion and direction and encourage the applicant to pursue replacement with standing seam metal to best retain the character and integrity of the historic building. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else speaking from the public? Okay, we have a position statement here from Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for the replacement of the historic metal roof with shingles at 376 Ray Street. The red standing seam roof of this historic structure is a prominent character defining feature. To remove this element would diminish the historic integrity of the structure. We recommend repairing the portions of the roof that can be repaired rather than replacing the roof entirely with an aesthetically incompatible material. HCF recommends denial of this application. And I believe that's public comment. Carter, did you want to respond or clarify anything raised in public comment or during the city staff? Excuse me, I apologize. If you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Staff only had the observation, which was to reference the legal memo sent out earlier, and staff recommendation was for approval of a replacement roof. The staff would also recommend, if possible, to the applicant that if you would like to work with staff on the repair of the roof, we would also be happy to work with you.
Now, Mr. Cart, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comment or in the city comments and recommendations?
No.
Public comments and the applicant presentation is closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Back to the aerial view of the kind of neighborhood. That's good. And we were discussing the finer points of the ordinance, and it is a little murky sometimes and really particular, but I think it really helps us in this case because there's language that defines demolition, which is what we are considering here, demolition of that roof. There's language in the ordinance that defines demolition as the removal of an entire structure or a substantial portion of a structure visible from the public right of way, or a substantial portion of features of a structure that are visible from the public rights of way that define its architectural, historic character, such as roofs, columns, balustrades, chimneys, sidings, windows, doors, shutters, sidewalls, fences, and other unique architectural features, which, really important, if lost, would compromise the historic architectural character of the structure. And so if you look at that aerial, it's really clear how many metal roofs and or slate roofs and or roofs that predate architectural shingles are in this neighborhood. And it would really pain me to lose the metal roof on the little structure that we're talking about. That's one of the very few left in that vicinity. So I would not be comfortable in any way approving losing that material in that location.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, and I think that we discussed this at the prior meeting, that this roof is architecturally significant, historically significant, and indicative of the other roofs in this area, and to lose this, I think that demolishing this and permanently losing it is something that I don't think that I can approve.
I agree as well. I think after presentation last time, and by to have a look from the public right of way, I think the painted standing seam absolutely significant character defining work. And replacing it with a different.
Fellow board members, and given the specific language, I think demolition is the loss of the historic feature.
I might just add that I think we all recognize that it needs a high level of repair, and an experienced roofer who knows how to work with that material and knows what you need. But from my point of view, it's the material itself. It's the materiality in that context on that building that's really important to Charleston. It remain a standing seam metal roof.
And I just have one comment.
Does anyone have a question for the applicant?
Do you have a comment?
I do. So one of the other challenges that we're up against with trying to repair the existing roof is that I have gone to 3 different insurance brokers. You may or may not be aware, but several carriers have left the state of South Carolina. It is extremely challenging to get property insurance in the state of South Carolina and specifically Charleston. We're able to find one insurance carrier that would insure that property. And they explicitly said under the condition that that roof get replaced, not repaired. They said the metal is in such bad condition that they will drop my insurance.
Mr. Birch.
Yeah, we can't.
I'm sorry. The purpose of this is to clarify or respond to anything that's raised, or if you have a question for the board. So I'm sorry, it's just not something that we can take into consideration.
One last comment that I think if you could speak to staff, I think they could probably assist a little bit in terms of figuring out the extent of repairs and how that might play out. But for now, I'll make a motion to deny the appeal. Our previous motion.
We have a motion for denial on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Put it to a vote. Glenn?
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia? Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Karch. Right. We are on agenda item number 3, 87.5 Warren Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction and overview, please.
For 87.5 Warren, they are requesting replacement of a slate roof with standing seam metal. It's a category 4 building in Borough, circa 1905 to 1915. Old and historic district. This is the location of the subject property here. I'm sorry, my little arrow on the map has disappeared, but it is this building in the center. The existing site. Photos of Warren Street. And board maps showing the history of the property. At the previous meeting, the applicant was requested to find additional information, which he has provided in his slides. And we were also trying to help the applicant find information. And the only other thing staff was able to find was this building permit from March 13th of 1990. I apologize for it being very gray. It's a print of a microfilm scan, but this states that for this permit, there was re-roofing, no change. Let the applicant speak.
Thanks for having me back. If you recall, I was here about 45 days ago to present, and I know you have a long agenda, so I'll operate to the information. I believe that the crux of what we were debating last time was not that if this roof was original, because we found that it was not, but was the original roof. I appreciate staff for helping me do some research here. Frankie, if I could ask you to go to the slide.
I just included these in case you wanted any of them.
Perfect, thank you. I believe there will be another slide that shows two side by side.
It wouldn't present side by side for some reason.
Okay, I think this is the old version of the presentation, but I can point it out here. What we're looking at are two surveys, and these are the original surveys done in and this is showing 87 Warren Street. And the reason that I'm showing 87 Warren Street first is you can clearly see on the roof section, it cites roof slate shingle. And I'll just note the date being 3/14 and the Asia Brown Renfro Architects doing the survey. If you would go to the next slide, please. This is our property, 87.5 Warren Street. Again, I'll note same date, same architects on the same day. And I'm citing this as evidence because it says that the roof is composition shingle. I believe, can understand from this that the original roof back then was not slate. I understand that sometimes it's, you guys know that these aren't always accurate, but because it's the same surveyor on the same day, under the same conditions, looking at two properties right next to each other, I believe it is fair to assume that this individual is able to distinguish between slate and not slate. Now, through the additional research, I know that Frankie's team had found a building permit from 1990 that has about 70% of the fields blank with no additional information on there to say what exactly was replaced. But I believe that that building permit is not for the slate portion of the roof. It is for the rear metal portion of the roof. And one of the reasons that I believe that, if Frank, I could please ask you to go back to the aerial. Yeah, that one will work. If you can see the property, the back half of it, which had an addition at one point, has a metal roof on it that then has a white rubberish coating over it. And the coating of the rubber roof goes up over top of the bottom two rows of the slate. This is part of the reason why when we have such bad water intrusion through the broken slates, that it is running under that rubber roof. and then back down behind that white wall. So there's no way that that rubber roof, which was replaced after the slate being replaced, could have been done any other way. So I believe that the building permit that you found, again, lacking information, is for that rear portion that was replaced in 1990. So given that we have more detailed and comprehensive information, including photos and documentation of the properties around it from the surveys, coupled with the fact that when the building permit was pulled, I think it's reasonable evidence to believe that nobody would have otherwise put a rubber roof over the bottom 2 rows of slate. That has to be the only piece that was placed in 1990. I'll pause and I believe rest my case.
All right, do we have any board questions for the applicant?
Placement just says with standing seam metal. Can you give us a little more detail on what you mean by standing seam metal?
Yes, sir, I can. It is in one of the slides. If Frankie, I could ask you to pan to the one that describes exactly what we will replace it with. 26 gauge hand folded standing seam. I selected this after talking to several roofing contractors. They told me that it is what would have been relatively historically accurate and what you all would have wanted. If this is not the right exact selection of standing seam, I'm open to suggestions.
Material is metal. I mean, it's cool metal. It's plated copper. I'm
sorry.
Steel. It's a galvalume or something in that family.
I believe so.
Okay.
I don't know the answers to that, but again, I'm open. I was trying to select a material that was historically accurate, but not slate. And this is what the roofing contractors guided me to. The contractor that I'm talking to, Blackwater Construction, also put the roof on 89 Warren Street, which is the Ashley Hall School on the corner of Warren and Smith. And he said that this is what they use there, I believe.
My fellow board members have any other questions for the applicant? Move into public comment at this time. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? We have a phone call. We have a position statement from Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application requesting the replacement of an existing slate roof with standing seam metal at 87.5 Warren Street. It is likely that the structure historically had a slate roof. Slate is appropriate for this historic house, and slate is found in surrounding historic buildings. We maintain our previous position and recommend denial of this application. If replacement is required, the slate roof should be replaced with new slate. And that is all the public comment. There is one other labels. All right, and we have a note from David Hoffman at 9 Pitt Street. I would like to address the request for the roof change, 87.5 Warren. I'm opposed to this change. The current slate roof was put on after Hugo to replace a damaged slate roof. I spoke with Dr. Conrad Mark, who has owned 86 Warren Street for some 50 years. He said not only has it been a slate roof during his tenure, but also had clay cap tiles which disappeared during the 1990 replacement. I see no reason for a change from slate to standing seam and ask the board to deny this request. And that is it for public comments. Now, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Staff's policies and comments have not changed from the previous meeting. And per our policy standard, the historic fabric should be retained and repaired or replaced in kind. Change. Staff's recommendation is denial.
Mr. Wilson, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised during the public comment and the city staff comments and recommendations?
I would, thank you. Starting with Historic Charleston Foundation and moving forward. If they were here and got to understand the important details, because the details do matter here of what the survey says, as well as with that date in 90, there's no way that that roof that was put on then could have been put on before, which is the only thing that says no. And I believe that roof, when the addition was put on, was originally metal as it is today. I think you guys rely frequently on documentation to make your decisions. I know it is not a coincidence that we live in such a beautiful city based on the research you guys do. And I believe that the two surveys, in addition to the fact that, remember, this didn't used to belong to 87, this property. This was originally the kitchen house for 89, which never had a slate roof originally either. So respectfully to the neighbor's comment, from he's not provided any proof, and I believe he's incorrect, and we have documentation to back it. I know that staff's recommendation was most likely also drafted before they had an opportunity to hear and understand the timeline of that replacement roof and know that that's what the building is. So I would ask the board members, please feel free to ask me follow-up questions if you have them. But I don't believe that we can pick and choose on the evidence that we decide to take into account here. I believe that the clear picture that this was not the original roof, nor was the original roof slate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. All right, public comment and the applicant presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion.
Of the applicant that I should have asked.
We can ask questions at any time.
Why you're opposed to replacing, if the roof needs replacing, why you're opposed to replacing it with?
The primary reason is the cost of slate is upwards of $65,000 to replace the roof with. And if it is not an original roof nor historical characteristic, I believe I have the right to replace it with another comparable historic material. I wanted to look nice and beautiful and fit in with the neighborhood. And as you see from the aerial photos, 80+% of the homes have original standing seam metal. I believe that this would fit right in, well within the rights of the guidelines of the city.
What's the date of the cards? 85.
And I guess based on Fillmore's leading question to staff, I don't know if staff is able to zoom into the 1985 photograph like I can.
For everyone to see.
What I struggle with is that I don't see any evidence that it's not a slate roof. We have a 1985 photograph in front of us with a very clear shingle relief. There's movement to the texture of the roof, not asphalt shingle. There's a ridge cap on all the ridges. The entire guttering system is installed exactly like it would be on a masonry building with a slate roof. So while a lot of times I'm not opposed to a very good quality metal roof, I don't see any evidence in front of us that says it hasn't been a slate roof. That's my struggle. We know in 1985 it wasn't a metal roof. And in 1990-ish, it was either replaced or majorly repaired after Hugo. That's the hard thing that I'm, I guess, struggling with, is not seeing anything to the contrary.
And I follow what you're saying. The other thing is that there is an existing slate roof, and there seems to be some, whether the roof is a surface or not, but it is certainly not standing seam metal. So the metal roof structure, and so metal roof back on is speculation.
And I think, as we acknowledged already in the previous meeting, I make no bones as a board member about how many post-Hugo slate roofs have had to be significantly repaired and or replaced because of quality. And I think this falls into that category of the timing installed. And this isn't any evidence, but logically, it doesn't make sense that someone would have taken off a lesser roof. And in 1990, when life was tough around here, installed a slate roof to just sort of extra money. I know that's not a fact, but it's kind of precedent.
May I ask a question about procedure?
Do you have a question about procedure? And this is not a chance to reopen the presentation, or you can clarify something or ask a question about process.
I understood the process to be, you guys look at documentation as evidence, and I'm hearing that you frequently cite these survey cards when it's in favor of preservation. And Glenn, I'm just curious how, in this instance, you're saying that there's no evidence when we're looking at evidence of a survey card by the same person who said slate roof next door, not saying it's slate. So when do you decide, like, yes, the evidence we have in front of us is valid on these surveys versus when it's not?
Yeah, I'm looking at the photo. There was no photo here.
I think it would be different. And I've seen survey cards certainly that have other text that's incorrect. And I don't know that it would be fair to side one way or the other. I think we have to, all of the info in front of us, all of that, and try to make what we think is the. I've answered your question, but if there wasn't a photo, I would probably feel differently.
And I mean, I understand the applicant's question because, you know, same person, the same day, et cetera, but minor errors on those things, that just really, I mean, the photographs speak more loudly than the words, and like Fillmore said, there's much less evidence that it was ever metal. You know.
It seems unlikely that metal, historic metal roof would have been slate. It might have very, very early on, but even then,
It's
it would
historic.
have been unlikely. Yeah. I feel like there's more evidence that this was a slate roof historically than there is that it was a metal roof historically.
I don't believe it was originally.
And it would have been
Was
slate.
it?
So historically, there would not have been a composite roof. And then when this house was built, it didn't have composite roofs. It would have either been copper, probably not, turn metal, standing seam turn metal, painted, or slate, or that was made on this building.
No, the construction, 1905.
1905. Yeah, it's highly unlikely that there would have been particularly a composite roof that looked like that. There are now composite roofs that mimic shingles. Some of them, the distance are pretty hard to tell.
The
But
mimic slate.
in 1905, there would not have been a composite. Yeah, they could have been a tile roof, could have been turned, could have like. But I just feel like there's more evidence that this roof probably was slate than there is evidence that it metal.
And to the applicant's point about there being so many metal roofs nearby, I think I said this at the last hearing, but you know, it's the variety that really is important in Charleston, and to lose that bit of variety in the vicinity would be regrettable, sorry.
I agree with my fellow board members. If we have a consensus,
I'll make a motion for denial.
we have a motion on the floor for denial. Do I have a second? Put it to a vote. Glenn? Bill? Omar?
Yay in favor.
Julia? Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item number 4 is 497 UG Street. Thank you. If you'll give us an introduction, please.
UG Street is requesting replacement of a metal roof. It is a category 3 in Hampton Park Terrace, circa historic materials demolition purview. This is the house on UG Street. Great photos. And more maps showing the progression of the property. Applicant.
Thank you for having me. My name is Sean Otis with Spire Contracting and Roofing here in Charleston. In discussion, 497 QG Street, built in 1920, I believe. Hampton Park Terrace has a turn metal roof on the main structure right now. 3 tab shingles on the front overhang. We're trying to replace with a turn metal roof, rolled hips and ridges, very similar roof. The current one is completely destroyed. Water's running all throughout this house. My company waterproofs and repairs these roofs every day. This one is far past repairable, and we're just proposing to replace it with turn metal on the main structure and the overhang.
Mr. Dickens?
Jordan Dickens
Yes.
is a female, and she
I'm sorry.
is my project administrator.
What did you say your name was? again?
Sean Otis.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Otis.
No worries.
I will not call you your female partners. Do I have my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, sorry. No, go ahead.
You said that we would put a turn roof on. My understanding is turn is not available.
Excuse me?
You said you were going to put a turn roof on a turn.
Double lock.
Turn roofs are not, to my understanding, are not available.
Okay, double lock, manually crimped.
Manually crimped.
Yes.
Metal.
Metal. Standing seam.
Colored or
Yes.
painted or factory finish?
Factory finish.
So my question was, do we have any better photos of sort of detail of the condition of?
It's not turn photos needed, but
This is all that was in what was submitted.
you can see around the perimeter that it's already failed and doesn't even have the historical drip edge where the seams would run over the fascia. So someone's already attempted to repair around the entire perimeter, which is not original anymore.
For the record, my question was simply out of curiosity because we actually have no purview.
Any other questions for the applicant from the board?
Standing that this material is truly significant character of the building. Salvageable.
Significant repair or?
each facet, I mean, once we remove this the front facet and the back facet are the worst. Once they remove, these hips are gonna crumble, and in order to get that back, sometimes I've seen you guys allowed to go back with a cap over that. I would propose that my new roof is more historically true than capping those hips.
Any other
But
questions?
there's water like through every one of these rooms in this house, like the floor's gone, the ceiling's gone, it's a studs out remodel right now.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move into public comment at this time.
I do have a question. Mr. Moore's comment about the demo purview. I was under the impression we did put a application in to put a shingle roof on this structure and was told we were not able to do that.
If you requested anything other than, well, actually, if you had requested any change, we would have told you it needed to go to the board.
Mhm.
Anything, whether you would have applied for replacement with something in kind or replacement with something different, it would have come before the board as a demolition. And as my fellow board member, Mr. Wilson said, particularly in this area, we don't have any purview over what goes in its place. We only have purview over demolition. So permanent that roof. Did I answer your question?
So standing here today, is the proposal for shingles still available, or is that a new?
Not at this meeting, because that's not, well,
That wouldn't even come.
It wouldn't even come before this board. So if we approved the way that we are doing the ordinance, if we approve the demolition, which is the permanent loss of this roof, then what you put in its place in this particular area of the city, we would not have purview over.
Well, we will proceed under the assumption that I will replace it with the standing seam that I proposed.
Do you have any other, did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
And are there any other board questions for the applicant that arose out of? Okay. All right, well, now we'll open it up for public comment. And you'll have a chance to respond after. Do we have anyone speaking? Annie Catherine.
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Upon review of this application, we found the materials provided to be insufficient to really assess the condition of the roof. Being able to zoom in is helpful, but we would like to be able to have the benefit of seeing all sides of this roof, and we feel that there is more demonstration that this applicant needs to do, that full replacement is warranted. And so we would ask for a deferral for clear documentation of the roof's condition before the board proceeds with the decision. Thank you.
Have anyone else speaking from the public? All right, we have a position statement from Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for the replacement of the historic metal roof at 497 UG Street. The standing seam roof of this historic structure is a prominent character-defining feature. To remove this element would diminish the historic integrity of the structure. We recommend repairing the roof rather than replacing the roof. HCF recommends denial of this application. Okay. Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Crimped metal roofs are a character-defining feature of various historic houses and structures throughout the peninsula. Policy statement on Charleston standards encourages property owners to retain and repair historic fabric rather than replace it. Further, the policy states when deterioration is so severe that replacement is necessary, the new feature should match the old in design, color, textures, and possible materials. While we do not have jurisdiction over the new roof, applicant's proposal does comply with BAR standards for replacement. That recommendation is.
Mr. Otis. Did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment or city staff comments and recommendations?
I would just like to say, I go to these roofs and repair them every single day. This one is not repairable. I would be happy to repair it, but it's not. So.
Thank you, Mr. Otis. All right, public comments and the applicant's presentation is now closed. I'll open it up for board discussion and a vote.
May I ask staff to just restate or clarify their recommendations?
Staff has been discussing this, especially with the earlier discussion over our legal requirements. We do recommend approval, but we would also recommend that the applicant met with staff and worked on a preservation plan as far as the maintenance and repairs.
I will say Sean, I've taken a little step further, and in the future, I would include more photos that are helpful for you. Because attempting to be a reasonable board member, I've looked at the other photos of the interior of this house, and I understand the amount of water that must be coming through the roof. I understand the repairs that I think it's made over time. What I am opposed to is the demolition of the fabric that creates part of the architectural value of this building. So to the point that staff feels like they could guide you through kind with the same material to maintain character of the fabric in this neighborhood. I'm comfortable with that. I think your question, just to help you along a little bit, we have an issue. Demolition is one thing. The permit for the request for shingles is a whole nother animal. To get to the shingle point, you have to have received demolish this historic fabric. So that's where the shingle topic wouldn't be able to come back up today. I hope that.
Understood. I would prefer to put a metal roof on this house.
And that's good.
Well, and I think I'm in agreement with my fellow board member, and I just want to say that the way that I am viewing and the definition of demolition is it's the loss of this element. So a replacement in kind would not be a loss. So I think if I were to, if we had a motion for denial of this, well, excuse me, if it were a motion for, we'd have to deny. But in that denial, you would not be permanently losing the architectural significance of this roof because you're replacing it in kind. So that's what I want to explain to you with the way that I'm viewing the language of demolition, that if we deny it today, you would be able to replace it in kind because it would not be a permanent loss of the roof as it is today. But I'd like to hear what my fellow board members.
It's, again, the loss of that material in that location, in that context, whether if the material has to be severely repaired, even replaced in my estimation, if it is the same material, that is not demolition. So I think we have to, all we can do is deny the demolition. We're trying to convey that it's a philosophical issue, right? I mean, it's, we are denying the demolition of a metal roof on that house philosophically.
Yes. But the way that
the same as the first applicant today, losing that metal in that context that we want to.
And I think it's important to differentiate from the first application today is that there was not a request for a replacement in kind. That was a pure demolition.
Your path forward that you've applied for is very different.
So you're saying that replacement in kind isn't falling into the demolition category?
The way that The way that I am looking at the definition of demolition as written, it is a loss of that
Okay.
historic material.
So the only way we would call it demolition is if it wasn't something like in kind going back on.
Or actually, what I would say here is we encourage you to repair this roof. Repair this roof as it is, but a replacement in kind, it would be a repair.
Yes. So again, I think all we can do today, and I'll go ahead and make a motion for denial of demolition of the metal roof.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Denial of demolition. Do I have a second? Thank you, Glenn. All right, I'll put it to a vote. Bill?
I know what you're saying.
Omar?
Yay in favor.
Julia? Glenn? Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Otis.
Can touch on the shingle overhang on the front?
Here, a shingle overhang.
Request was to replace the shingle overhang with metal matching. The rest of the.
Yeah, historic materials, so it wouldn't fall under the board's.
Perfect.
All right, agenda item number 5, 1137 Morrison Drive. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, please.
This item is a request for alterations to a pole sign for new reverse lit channel letters. Structure is not rated. It's in North Central in historic materials demolition. This is the location. Morrison. Some existing site photos. That is the sign in question. This is views. Not a raised building, and I also do not have any sanborn support. So I will turn it over to the applicant.
Good evening. Thank y'all for your time. I appreciate it. I'm Jonathan Alcon with Science. We have a new client obviously moving in. And Frankie, I don't know if you got slides on this. I was basically trying to do the same thing Frankie just presented, just to show the area in this, as well as some of the neighboring signs and the condition of the existing sign. Obviously, you want us to replace like for like, so face change, I guess would be the name of the game. But we feel the sign is just, I don't know, not in good condition. If you go to, I sent you another like group of slides. I don't know if you got those, but I do have them.
If it was after the deadline day, I would have already been compiling.
It was on, it was like 11 a.m. as of yesterday.
Oh, then this would have already been posted. So I can't add anything once the image overview is posted online.
Okay. So the condition of the existing, especially the top of it, it's pretty much falling apart. So either way, we feel whether it was denied or approved, we would, if we were doing a phase change, we would still rebuild or replace the cabinet in and of itself, as well as the skirting around the pole, as you can see. I don't think anybody wants to take the time to remove all those stickers, number one. Number two, the aluminum is kind of crumbling. So I'm sorry I missed the deadline to show you the condition of that sign. But anyway, I'll stop harping on that. There are, in terms of illumination, there are a good amount of signs in the area. Santi's Grand South Bank, Home Team Barbecue, actually has a neon sign, et cetera, et cetera. There is illumination out there. So I know that's another topic. I know that's not necessarily whole lot, but that is. Again, what we are proposing though is to, again, rework the skirts, replace them all together. The pole underneath is still salvageable, still usable. At one point, the sign was illuminating, so that's why we're proposing letters on both sides. Specifically, as the drawings show, heavies would be the reverse lit or illuminating portion of the sign. Not illuminated PVC letters. Again, thank you.
Mr. Alcon, do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant? I have one, and that may be the other materials you submitted that we don't have. What are the dimensions of the existing sign, the tattooed moose sign?
Sure. The cabinet is 78 by 78 square, and it's hard to see, but in the second photo on the page that we're on here, the skirt is 10 feet tall, or 100 from grade to the cabinet, bottom of the cabinet.
And that dimension's not changing?
Correct.
Okay.
We would technically be shortening the sign if we, if we got full. What's wrong?
I did go look at this, but it was during the daytime. So you said that the old sign did illuminate, but currently isn't?
Yes, sir. So when we looked on the inside, there were lamps or bulbs. There was electrical running to the sign. So at one point, yes, sir, it was illuminating. Whether it was permitted as illuminated or not, who knows?
Any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, Mr. Alcon. We'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? All right, I do not have any public comment, so we'll move on to city staff comments and recommendations. Frankie?
So this is a discussion that took place at the Arch last night. We have sort of had a continuing amount of applications for the Morrison Street area, asking for variations to signs that are allowed. And BER was discussing whether or not an amendment to the sign policy. I've got the staff comments, but if you have anything else.
Well, do you want to go over, well, I'll tell you what happened last night and then
Go
I think
ahead.
we should go over these. So these are the same comments we used last night, which we'll go over, but we had proposed last night, we have a general sign policy statement. It does not include the historic corridor district, which is odd. It is what we normally apply as our way of making determinations. Historic corridor district includes Morrison, Meeting, King, and Rutledge. So you got Hampton Park all the way to Morrison, very diverse. You can't make one application or one broad general blanket policy for all of those areas. That would be very difficult. But we recognize that Morrison is an ever evolving corridor that's different from King. It's different from Meeting. It's its own beast that's evolving. And so what we did was, we thought we would take this general policy statement, add some language, case by case basis, which we have the authority to do. And the board was a little bit uncomfortable doing that. They wanted to perhaps come up with a policy specific to this area. We did talk about, we have a policy for the western end of Spring Street. However, while that seems an appropriate template to use, that is all new buildings. And in this Morrison area, we're talking about new buildings and old buildings. So it's not like it's not apples to apples exactly. We didn't make any decisions last night on a specific sign that we had in front of us, because it was a agenda advertising snafu, as well as they wanted to kind of wait and come up with some real good language. But so we have the staff comments that we're going to use from last night, but I can't say that we developed We did not choose to adopt any new language that we would bring to y'all to adopt last night. So also, I was jotting down notes as you were talking, evolving policies and blah, 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 blah. And the last thing is, traditionally, we look at signage as wayfinding devices and not advertising. I'm not saying that's specific to this agenda item, but that's how we approach it. And so even as we're thinking about Morrison Drive, we're still of that mindset and directive. That's all.
So
You want to go over
just
this?
to clarify, you didn't decide anything at the BARL meeting, but
No,
you're applying the general policy statement to this in an area.
typically done.
Okay.
Yeah. But this is a very unique case in of itself too, because it's an.
I have the BR large comments from last night I'm going to talk about, and then I have some specific comments. Certain parts of the historic corridor district are experiencing significant new growth. This growth is creating a rapid influx of proposed signage, which is not directly addressed in the signage policy statement. Most are asking for signage types, which we would normally have to deny based on existing language of the general sign policy statement. Denial of these submittals may result in appeal, possibly resulting in a number of these signage submittals coming before the board on a regular basis. The advent of new lighting technologies coupled with an evolving architectural language of some in some of these areas can be compatible and appropriate, but must be reviewed carefully on a case-by-case basis. Overly bright, jarring, or garish colors or designs are to be strongly avoided, with only signage which complements the building and its context being allowed. As an internal check, any illuminating signage should be reviewed and approved by the city architect before an approval is entered into the city. Included their recommendation, which was to amend the language of the general sign policy statement. Alternately, the signage to middle, which was last night, that was last, could be approved. For this particular item, staff had a few observations, which is the current sign is a legal non-conforming sign. And if the current sign was changed structurally, it would typically have to be brought into compliance, which is why staff had to deny it. Being brought into compliance would require a monument sign rather than a pole sign. If the current sign was simply refaced, then it could remain the current size. Our staff comments, staff does not have a issue with the reduction in size. It's just because we cannot approve that at staff. And we found the lighting to be appropriate for the location and the use. Therefore, staff's recommendation was for approval.
Mr. Alpine, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comment or the city staff?
Really, I appreciate you recognizing that it is a developing area. Our office is there, so thank you for including that. I would just add that the current sign is kind of an eyesore.
Thank you, Mr. Alpine. All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I agree, it's legal non-conforming, and that's the reason I asked the questions about what you're doing with base and the size. It actually looks like you're reducing. So, but I do agree, we probably need to clarify a policy statement, not that it would apply to this decision, actually.
Corridor drafted as well. Right, it's growing figuratively and literally, shockingly. So
Get here, the size reduction is an improvement. And I do think that we need a broader discussion and ordinance for this area, because I think regardless of what we approve tonight, in 5 or 10 years, we'll say, why did we approve that sign? Because there's going to be an 8-story brand new shiny hotel next door that we already know is coming, and this sign probably won't fit into that context. But as far as today, I think this is appropriate. Who knows what life this building, that site will have down the road.
And perhaps someone will want to continue using that sign as legal. Approval. We have a motion for approval. Bill, was that? Put it to a vote. Glenn?
In favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yes.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Alpern.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 15, excuse me, number 6, 15 is Bedens Alley. Did I say that correctly? Bedens Alley, excuse me. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, please.
This is a request for conceptual approval for new construction of single family. New, it is in Charlestown in the Old and Historic District.
Is the location on Beaton?
Some existing site photos. Board, I believe, approved the demolition of the previous home some time ago. But these are actually the site photos from them. And this was the previous home on the property.
Good evening, Sebastian Von Marshall, architect, 43 Broad Street, Suite 200. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. A special thank you to Frankie and for taking the time to review this application. We met a couple of times to discuss this project together. We also met on site with the Historic Charleston Foundation Preservation Society. I'm sure I think we'll have some comments, but as well as Charlestown Neighborhood Association and neighbors up and down Beaton's Alley and Elliott Street. So 15 Beaton's Alley, it's one of the few open lots downtown, and we appreciate the significance of that. This project, I should also say, is a collaboration. We will not take credit for all of this. We work very closely with Millwork Artisans, Drew and David Simmons. The owner, David Simmons, is here as well. We work with Historic Concepts out of Atlanta, and then our team is very fortunate to be asked to contribute as well. So if we advance to some of these slides, we start with some historic maps, which I'm sure you're familiar with. And really, we're trying to show the evolving nature and character of the street. It used to be one block back from East Bay, which was on the water and wharves and things like that. As we move on, you can see the evolution here. Some buildings, some openings, the blocks change a little bit. Going. There's a view from the mid to late 19th century. It looks like there's a little structure of some kind on the lot, but some fairly prominent buildings around there. If we keep going, more recent Sanborn maps. The lot was basically empty for most of the 20th century until the 1970s. A building was built. On the next slide. Up in the top right corner, which we already saw, the picture on the left is from earlier in the 20th century. You see fairly large stucco buildings there. And then in 2020, I believe the board had approved a design for a prefabricated metal structure that I think thankfully has not been built. We were really trying to find an opportunity to improve on that and provide a house that would be textual, sensitive, appropriate, differentiate itself. So it's very much of a classical language, but also of the 21st century. So if we move on to the next slide, please. Some aerial images of the open site. And then some more existing context pictures. Top right, you may be familiar with as a new construction that's just finishing up right now. Slide, please. Some more context images. Next slide, please. So here we start getting into the streetscape. The top view is oriented facing west, with the large building on the right at the north, the south west corner of Beaton's Elliott. So the north end of Beaton's Alley. I believe that was finished within the last 20 years or so, 25 years perhaps. And then you can see our building, our proposed building, sort of mediating the transition from what I would call the more extreme, large, massive building on the corner down to the scale and the language of the buildings slightly further down the block. I would like to point out that the smaller gable buildings that you can see up there, those are 20th century buildings, so they're almost kind of the exception to the rule. The larger stucco buildings are almost more the language that of the historic buildings on that street, with some other exceptions, but as a rule, that's kind of how we approach this. If we go to the next slide. And then some precedent images. So the top two on the left, those are on King Street, also completed fairly recently. And I think a good sort of, they suggest the aesthetic that we're proposing of a fairly traditional front house that's working with the single house typology language, and then a more contemporary hyphen in addition in the rear. The top right image is a house at 64 Tradd Street, which is a 1750s building with a modern addition on the back. You can see the contemporary hyphen, and then again, the slightly more traditional or transitional kitchen house in the back. Another house on King Street. Next slide, please. So the plan really, I think, is fairly straightforward when we consider the archetype that we're working with. The large house in the front, the hyphen, the kitchen house in the back, oriented along the north side of the property line. Next slide, please. The primary rooms stack up. I would like to draw your attention to a prominent stair that was very much a design feature that the client requested. It has certain design implications in other parts of the house, which we'll talk about. The stairs get very big, as I'm sure most of you know, especially the curving shape as it take up a lot of space. But the proportions of the front room are actually based very closely on the house at 64 Tradd Street, the scale of those. So we're really trying to use a language and a scale that speaks to the local vernacular. Next slide, please. Third, so that's the second floor. Next slide. Third floor, you can see top floor of the main house, and then the next slide as well, which is the roof. We were proposing to look at all the mechanical on the roof. This is a zone X, so we could put it at gray, but we really want to pull it off the site and conceal it. So that's up there. You'll notice that we have a cupola, which is really for accessing the mechanical equipment. The size, however, is also meant to incorporate either a laylight or an opening for a skylight into that major stairwell. So that's what's driving the width of that. In addition to the fact that we wanted to make it symmetrical about the facade of the building. So if we go to the next slide, you can see the front, we're proposing a rusticated base across the front, 3 bays. We're proposing a portico off on the south side. And then you can see the cupola on top. If we go to the next slide, you can see how that's centered on the building. And really, we were hoping to, make that continue the language of the building. It's not supposed to look like an afterthought. It looks prominent in elevation. As you know, orthographic projections are going to make it look bigger than it really will be. We have some perspective to show that as well. We have a portico, as I mentioned, double hung windows. These would all be true double hung, weight and chain, wood, insulated glass. We would have the metal and glass hyphen, and then the stucco and metal window and door kitchen house in the rear with a standing seam metal roof. Next slide, please. The rear view, again, much of the same. Next slide, please. The view along the north side property line, and then next slide. Get to some of our perspective. So this is on Beaton's Alley looking north. The building is on the west side. And you can see that from the perspective, really the cupola that I mentioned is very faintly visible, barely if at all. And the idea is that it really shouldn't be as much as possible. But again, the scale of that was being driven by what's happening inside the house. Next slide, please. You can see that the portico and the site wall and are kind of screening a lot of what's happening further back. So there's more contemporary additions. There's kind of limited visibility of those, particularly the hyphen. And then next slide, please. a view looking up, showing some of the scale of that. And then next slide, I believe it's the last one, looking from the north. You can see the prominent building that we referenced earlier on this in the southwest corner of Beaton's and Elliott. It actually blocks a lot of the view of the north side of this building. There's currently very mature vegetation there. I think the site pictures show some pretty impressive palm trees, and there's a holly there and some other things. So we thank you for your time. Welcome any questions you have, and leave it at that.
Yvonne Marshall, do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
The cupola. Up activity anticipated?
No, not this time. You know, it's again, the scale sort of, our hands forced somewhat to try to incorporate, you know, the design features we're talking about, but no.
Could you maybe explain a little further what's happening on the north elevation?
Oh, happy to. So we were trying to provide a little bit of relief or character in what will otherwise be just a stucco facade. So we're continuing the rustication on the base below, and then perhaps recessing some elements to help break up the plane of the building above.
Any other questions for the applicant at this time? Julie, that answer your question? Okay. We'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Anna Catherine Carroll of Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society really appreciates the applicant meeting with us and walking us through the proposal. We feel the project presents a handsome design and are generally comfortable with it from a conceptual standpoint, but we would like to point out just a few areas that we feel need refinement and continued study as the project moves forward. First, we would suggest lowering the height of the roof monitor and simplifying its cornice detailing to help it be more inconspicuous from the street. The design of the entryway at the south facade, including the limestone portico and Palladian window above, currently feels heavy and ornate, and we would recommend simplifying and lightening these features to better relate to the context. And finally, in keeping with Charleston's architectural pattern of window hierarchy, we do feel the windows, the fenestration should get smaller towards the top of the building. Thank you.
Have anyone else speaking from the public? I have a position statement from Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for new construction of a single-family house at 15 Beaton's Alley, and we thank the applicant for their time reviewing the plans for the property with us. We believe that this proposed design is a significant improvement over the previously approved plans for the site. We appreciate that the proposed structure has been brought forward to the street. We are pleased with the quality of the proposed design, materials, and detailing. HCF recommends approval of this application. Also have multiple statements in support from neighbors, and I'll read out the addresses now. We have neighbors in support at 27 Elliott Street, 23 Elliott Street, 19 Beaton's Alley, 7 Beaton's Alley, 10 Beaton's Alley, 16 Beaton's Alley, and 14 Beaton's Alley, and 17 Elliott Street. And we also had a letter submitted, which I understand has been shared with fellow board members. Due to the length of the letter, I will not read it, but everyone's had the opportunity to do so. And this letter was from, do you have that? Make sure I get the names right. Oh, excuse me, I think apologies, there were no other public comments at this time. All right, now, Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations.
Just a little scale issue with the windows compared to the property to the left. Like the applicant to confirm the size of the standard window used. And we appreciate the use of detailing on the north wall to mitigate the flush solid wall, but suggest further explanation or restudy for alternative methods or treatment. Overall, staff recommendation is for conceptual approval with staff comments and a final review by staff.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Von Marshall, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the public comment and city staff comments and recommendations?
Sure, just really quickly, maybe I'll jump up here. Thank the staff for their comments, thank the Preservation Society for their comments, always very pointed. We sort of discussed that, so of course we're happy, as we go on, designs get tweaked a little bit. This is conceptual, studying the windows, things like that, certainly studying the cupola on top. With the portico, that's an interesting point. We actually feel it's a feature that very much speaks the classical language of this building. The inspiration period is actually early 19th century. We're thinking of sort of Regency, American Regency. And if you think of the precedent for that in England, that these townhouses would have very often had porticos on the front. In our case, it's a Soriana. It's an abstracted lay-in window. And there are actually some interesting precedents, none exactly like it in town, but we feel that sort of a massive portico or front is something that occurs. I've printed out a sheet here with a couple images. I don't know if you want me to share these, but I'm sure you're familiar with these buildings. If you think of, for example, the City Hall, which actually has an entry and 2 round windows at the ground level, that is a stone portico that you then ascend to enter the doors above. The Catholic bishop's residence has a large portico that's raised with 3 recessed arches. The Ravenel House on East Battery, which I think is coming up next, obviously lost its columns, but a very prominent 3-bay arched rusticated portico in the front of that. We understand it's not common, certainly, everyone's used to seeing porches on the south side of the house. We feel like it's actually a feature that will differentiate it and make it unique in the city, but that it's very much part of the classical language of the house, the scale and type. Thank you.
Mr. Von Marshall. Right at this time, public comment and the applicant's presentation is closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I did have one more question. I have one more question I forgot to ask earlier. Looking at your floor lines and then your roof line, and noticing on your roof plan, you have all the drainage, it looks like headed to the north side of the roof.
That's the plan.
But it looks like that roof plane is in line with that cornice. Are you going to drain via scupper? You have internal drainage? How are you going to do that and not interrupt that cornice?
Right. That's probably something we're going to study more carefully, the parapet height, the exact roof height, and where that lines up. Ideally, we'd like to scupper it out. We'd probably run a gutter along the north side.
You would probably break that cornice detail at those scupper locations because it's shown right in line.
Right. I'd probably end up sliding the scuppers or the cornice slightly to accommodate that. It's a point well taken. It's a tricky detail, but as we study the final proportions and fine tune, that's something certainly we'd be considering. Thank you.
All right, I'll just keep going since I asked that question. Yeah, I think it's a handsome building. It's well detailed. Probably Frankie's comments about the window proportions aside, which I believe that a lot of that can be remedied as far as, I think it's a very good point from Preservation Society about the hierarchy of heights and sizes of windows. I think that can be remedied on this. And yeah, I have really no issue at all about the portico. Actually it's a very handsome feature. Materiality is superb on it. And going to actually give a little bit more of a light and air feel, overwhelming full length. Like to see how that roofing drainage issue is
just keeping reminding myself about the ordinance. I think it allows us to grant up to 14 feet of floor to floor height. I mean, supposed to be maximum 12, but I think we're allowed to go up to 14 for the first and second floors. If you looked into that.
Would you like me to respond? Sure. No, it's actually, that's an excellent point. And as we've studied the stair, we've realized our obviously the uninterrupted height of that is kind of going to drive how far we go as well. So that for
Have fun on the roof.
I will do my best to promise that, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Up to 14 feet for architectural merit.
Exception, right?
Plus you have to land.
You're going,
We'd like to,
More than 12 feet.
right, we'd like to not have the landing because of it.
you gotta go 12 feet or less. You got no choice.
Went to zoning for lot coverage when it's a 3-story district, but they're not, they're considering that just a roof access thing. I'm familiar with that paradigm, right? Okay.
Correct.
I don't really have anything in addition to add. I think the ordinance.
Reviewed for this property in the past, I think it's an incredibly
I think to add, I was members, I also about the clarity of the windows, I think. That's the only thing that just sort of popped out to me when I looked at it. It's a very handsome building. Particularly at the conceptual stage, there's constantly question about high scale mass architectural direction.
But yeah, I think I appreciate the Preservation Society's. I mean, it might be worth considering just ever so slightly simplifying the portico and then. And the north elevation, I think is good thought to really work through, because that elevation is going to be pretty visible from the street, including the cupola as drawn now. With that being a blank wall that I'm assuming is less than 3 feet from the property line and has no windows, I think it deserves a good bit of thought and attention.
On the record, you're depicting it appears to be masonry construction. Is that correct?
For the structure, the volume would be it would be a stucco building on block, I believe. Yeah.
Stucco
On block, that's correct, yes.
You may.
Awesome.
I
Okay, sure.
think that's-
Motion for conceptual approval. I guess I would ask for a quick poll. Any issues that need it again or need the
Recommendations is final review by staff.
Just want to include those couple of comments.
Okay. I'd like to make that.
Are there any board comments that you wanted to add to that?
I would say then, yeah, study the hierarchy of window sizes.
Comment number 2 addresses the north elevation.
So with staff comments, that conclude it. So I have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comments and a board comment to study the window hierarchy and final review by staff. Bill, do I have a second to Bill's motion?
Second.
All right, we'll put it to a vote. Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Julia,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill, Glenn,
In favor.
chair vote to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Von Marshall.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 7 is 13 East Battery Street. Frankie, if you'll give us an introduction, please.
13 East Battery is requesting reconstruction of the east portico, main drive, and pedestrian gate. It's a category 2 in Charlestown. At 1845. The location on East Battery. The existing site. Context looking along East Battery.
I'm Glenn Keys, I'm the architect of the project. This board, conceptual approval portico reconstruction in January of 2020. We've come before you tonight to ask for final approval of the final details of the portico reconstruction. However, the owners decided to undertake this in a phased approach. First like to construct the ironwork that's proposed for the grade to secure their site to be in keeping with all with the other houses along batteries. Part of that, they would like to utilize the existing second floor porch, which will be the porch of the new portico by constructing a phase 1 of ironwork that would later be reused in the final construction of the portico. So that would be a phase 1 would be the ironwork of this project. Phase 2 would be the reconstruction of the portico. Next, you can, on this page here, go back and print this up. So the top left, of course, is our reconstructed portico and the ironwork. And now phase 1 is on the bottom right, which shows the new ironwork along the street, the drive gates and pedestrian gates, and the temporary ironwork on the second floor. Next page. So the ironwork, maybe it's better to go to the next one there, Frankie. The ironwork is shown in red. This is new ironwork just proposed. We have great precedence next door at the Roper House. These houses were kind of built in the same period and have a lot of similar features. And the ironwork already is adjacent and used on the street side property on the south end. So we're proposing to add a pedestrian gate to access the rear of the property. Pair of drive gates for the portico, for the portico, and then an enclosure around the front entrance and the first floor of the portico. And then new drive gates at the existing piers on the north side. Next, please. So the photographs of the proposed drive gate on the north end. You can see it, the drawing in the photographs. Next, please. On the southern end, the enclosure for the pedestrian gate and the drive gate for the portico shade. All using details that already exist on the property. The adjacent property. First floor plan, second floor plan, phase one, and then phase two at the bottom. Next, please. Just skip on it, please, to the we're just following up the final details for the portico, showing the construction and detailing of the columns and the structure. Please. So this is the before elevation as it exists today. The next is proposed for the reconstructed portico. Top right-hand photograph is the historic pre-earthquake photograph of the building. The bottom right is a showing columns that are made by the Headstone Company, cast stone columns that are period appropriate, and so this company is able to fabricate these to very high standard of architectural detail. We do have samples of material to show you, but it's a product that's been used elsewhere in Charleston. Back in 2020, we used this same product on the Charleston County Courthouse on the cornice. The weight of the masonry was not supported in that portico, and cast stone, and it was very effective and next page shows the ironwork they're proposing on the east side. This would all have to occur in the phase one. Next shows phase two, which we're proposing would happen in the next 18 to 24 months to be ready to go forward with the reconstruction. Next page shows the structural detailing, architectural detailing of the portico, and details of the capitol and the column. Structural detailing and architectural detailing. And the next two drawings are strictly substructural drawings. So that is our proposal, is for final approval of the portico with an initial phased approach with the ironwork, and we'll be glad to answer any questions.
My fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Out as halves or quarters?
Halves.
Halves. Joints are gonna be probably not facing the street, correct?
That's right, and they are pretty seamless because they happen at the flutes. So they
happen at the flutes.
Yeah, so it's really pretty good
solution.
So the idea is to all the railing at the existing second level now, then take it down and modify it, or new railing?
It'd be the same railing, obviously it's smaller.
Yeah, you have to restrict it to go between the columns.
So we reusing the tickets, which will match what's on the ground floor as well.
Any other questions at this time?
No. Deviation from the historic photo?
It would be, yes. The, if you look at page 201, so This is a common detail, have a vanilla end of gable. This house did not have one. However, there's an existing window in the gable now. This applies natural light to the an apartment on that top level. We'd very much like to keep some natural light in that apartment. And you can see in the drawings, there are several precedents in town which shows you want a black block house. So it's not out of character, certainly. However, it's not.
Any other board questions?
Tonight, your roof would be a continuation of material.
It is it's actually a membrane that's up there now.
Over an old terminal roof,
But effectively, it's a membrane.
it's not highly visible, and we're just going to continue that. I think that's probably the best way to join the two materials. And you may have a membrane extension.
We'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
And Harold, the Preservation Society of Charleston, we'd just like to thank the applicant for reaching out to us on this project and commend the applicant and the homeowner for undertaking this really significant preservation effort that will restore a significant component of the historic high battery streetscape. And we're pleased to offer our support of this project. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public? All right. Written public comment on this one. So, all right, Frankie, if you'll give the city staff comments and recommendations, please.
That the previous staff comments have been addressed.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Keys, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in public comment or city staff? Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Fun with it. It's gonna be fun. Problems. Make a motion for final approval.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for final approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have vote. Glenn?
In favor?
Julia? Bill?
Yeah.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Chair votes with the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Keys. Okay, agenda item number 8, 20 South Battery. Frankie, can you give us an introduction and overview, please?
20 South Battery is requesting conceptual approval of a wood balustrade at the roof and reconstruction of wood brackets at attic balcony. It's a category 1 in Charlestown, circa 1840 in the old and historic district. Battery. Existing site photos. Those are South Battery in the same format.
I'm Glenn Keys, and I have with me the owner, Dr. Jack Schaefer.
Just completed a year and a half ago, a major rehabilitation of the building. It's a grand building. I hope you guys will be able to go to events that are have been occurring there. It's really, you should see the interior of that space, it's really remarkable. Dr. Schaefer has asked that we look at reconstructing the original balustrade that's on the roof.
If you go to this next shot, please. You can see the area, aerial photograph of where the balustrade was. You can see the details that we've provided. Let's look at the historic photographs, if you would. You can, it's kind of difficult to see, but you can really determine the details of the balustrade through some of these archival photographs. We're proposing to reconstruct that balustrade, as well as the brackets that hold the balcony, attic balcony. It currently has wooden columns. This brackets had been removed, and we're proposing to reconstruct the brackets as well. So we're trying to really return this building to its original grandeur, and applaud Dr. Shaver for taking on a project like this. It's really going to enhance the building and the streetscape, and be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Is it all wood?
Any other questions? Move into public comment.
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is the easement holder for this property, and we are delighted to offer our support of this project. It's really rare to have property owners undertake restorative measures like this one, and we're just really thrilled to see it. We've enjoyed working with the project team to conduct research to inform the reconstruction of this element, and we have approved this change internally and would ask that the board follow suit. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public? All right, and we have written comments. So Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Our only recommendation was that we recommend that the new balustrades match the existing balusters on the lower piazzas, which appears that it does from the drawings, and that we recommend.
Thank you. Mr. Keys, did you want to respond to anything raised? Public comment, the applicant's presentation is now closed. I'll open it up for board discussion and a vote.
Give me again.
I'll just move for final approval. Okay. Final approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Bill. I will put the motion to a vote. Glenn?
In favor.
Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Julia? In favor. Bill?
Yeah, in favor.
Your vote's the majority, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Keys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 8 is 58 Lawrence Street. Actually, fellow board members, did you all want to take a break or get through one more application at some point? Okay, after this, we'll take a break. All right. A short. All right, 58 Lawrence Street.
58 Lawrence is requesting conceptual approval to change the configuration of front doors and windows and replacing a Juliet balcony. It is not rated at Anson with a 1940 in the old and historic district. The location in there. Existing site photo. Street. And map showing the progression. I'll turn it over to Deb.
I'm Laura Altman, LFA Architecture. I am representing David and Leslie, who are here with me also at 58 Lawrence. This is on the north side of Lawrence Street near the end, or the Anson Street end. The house was built in around 1940, replacing 3 smaller structures. where we see a progression from changing quite a few property lines from 1902 to the 1944 maps. Frankie, can you flip to, yes. The building has changed some over time. The porch, there was originally a second floor to the front porch. That collapsed or was possibly removed in the 1980s. But there's a beam that remains right up against the wall at the second floor level. There were also interior renovations probably in the 1980s based on the finishes. But I don't know if at that time there were significant floor plan changes. Tonight we are requesting conceptual approval because we're changing this from a duplex of 1 unit per floor to a single family home. This includes some changes to the door and window layout at the front elevation. Frankie, could you go to the elevations 201, please? Thank you. So we'd like to change, first, let me back up. This house doesn't have a single central entry. There are 3 front doors. 2 of the doors, the left and the middle, are similar in size, height, width, both solid doors. The door on the right is smaller, narrower, and shorter, and is a 15-light door. The center and the right-hand door, so 1 solid door and 1 glass door, are actually the front entries to these 2 units. Even though it's counterintuitive because you would expect the 2 solid doors to be the front entries. That doesn't correlate at the floor plan, so that's why I think that there's been change over time. The entry pattern has changed. The floor plan may have changed. We would like to replace the 3 front doors at the first floor level with windows, using those same masonry openings, increasing the head height a little bit to match the rest of the windows around the house. Then we would also like to take the 2 double windows at the first floor and change those to French doors, 15-light French doors, in the same style as the doors, glass doors that are already on the house at the right-hand side and then at the center at the second floor. This will maintain the symmetry and moves the doors inward so that they're both under the porch roof, which just visually seems to make more sense. It also works better with our floor plan, and even though it's not very common to have French doors as entry doors, there are examples around Charleston. 180 Broad Street is a good example with 2 sets of French doors going into at the front elevation. 55 Lawrence across the street has a pair of French doors, or pair of doors going in as the entry. And then right next door to this project, 56 Lawrence, all of the entry doors are glass 15-light doors. In addition, we're proposing to add gas lanterns across the front elevation. 4 new lanterns flanking the French doors, and then a gas lantern hanging from the porch ceiling. We will also be painting the exterior, including the brick. And this is a brick veneer, 1940s. We will be using a mineral paint that's appropriate for the brick so that we don't create any moisture issues or peeling issues down the line. And there are quite a few precedents of painted brick homes in this area in Ansonboro. Both historic homes with old brick and newer constructions of modern brick, 1940s, 50s, 60s brick. Even with painting the brick, that texture and shape and size of the brick shows through. So you can tell that it's historic brick or new brick. So in other words, I feel that painting this house isn't trying to disguise it or make it feel newer or older than it is. That 1940s brick is still going to show. In addition, we are looking at changing the existing Juliet balcony, which is small right now. We want to expand that to the width of the porch in line with the beam that's existing there. There was an original second floor to the porch, and while we've gotten comments that it would be nice to restore that porch, That's not an option right now for this project at this time. And so we are requesting the larger Juliet balcony as shown on the drawings. And there are, again, precedents around Charleston, including a 55 East Bay where there's a series of 3 houses with the wider Juliet balconies. And also a similar one under a double height porch on Murray Boulevard. On the right side of this drawing, you'll see the rear elevation is going to be cleaned up significantly because we're changing this from a duplex to a single family home. We can take away that wood stair at the rear and all of the HVAC equipment, screening. And it's really going to clean up that back elevation, which is a great benefit to both the neighbors, but also those who are at the Edgewood Park, which backs up to this property from George Street. Go to the next elevation, next sheet. The driveway side, the east elevation, there are no changes here. And then on the next sheet, at the west side. Thank you. Flip to the next one. There we go. That's all right. The only change here is that we're moving the HVAC equipment to this west side. And that will be at ground level. There are no flood issues. And so it will be hidden by the 6-foot masonry wall that's between 2 Anson and 58 Lawrence. We are not aware of any objections from neighbors. We have letters from several neighbors that we can supply, including 82 Anson, who's probably most affected. I'm not sure. I emailed these, but it was just yesterday. So
We did get them and they were before our cutoff, so I did supply them to the board.
excellent. So we have talked with neighbors. We have also been in communication with Historic Anson Borough Neighborhood Association and have received their comments and addressed them. And then I also met with Historic Charleston Foundation and Preservation Society. We understand their comments and we hope that our presentation tonight addresses those. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
It's like you're taking sort of that smaller. Basically held up through some form.
Conceptual, and I know we have already talked with the contractor. We will need brackets of some sort. We have not talked with engineers. Yes, we will need something.
So we're gonna have something else up there.
Yes.
Okay.
No skyhooks.
Okay.
It's same exact question, except is that a ledger board or is it masonry? What is that white
It
horizontal?
appears to be wood, like a
Same lines. Explain again the reasoning that the restoring the original second floor porch isn't.
It's not one of the goals right now for this project, considering the full project and scope of the project. So prefer to do Juliet balcony and making that wider. I failed to mention that the two windows at the second floor under the porch would be changed to French doors. And the center door that is there now would be changed to a window. So it works with how we're using the spaces.
That's 18 inches deep. The balcony. I have a tiny nerdy just question. The back stairs that you're proposing. Road.
If the doors swing inward, I don't need a lane. Got a very small backyard. So.
Check that.
I know I have to have a landing if doors swing out.
Step down, I think you do.
Verify.
Any other board questions at this time? All right, we'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
I'm Catherine Carroll, Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society really appreciates the applicant meeting with us, walking us through the proposal, being open to dialogue with us, off of our comments. We do have some concerns with the heavy-handedness of the proposed approach to alterations, which does significantly alter the character of the building. The 3/1 windows in particular are character-defining features of this building, and we are opposed to modifying what appears to be their original configuration on the front facade. We also feel that the wide Juliet balcony is an unusual approach to accommodate new French doors on the second floor, considering that this building once had a full porch on the upper level, as shown in the 1960s photo. We encourage the applicant to consider restoring this configuration to achieve outdoor living space. We also do not support painting the exterior brick, as this does go against the Secretary of Interior standards that specify that historically unfinished materials should remain unfinished. And this brick in particular is characteristic of the building's mid-century construction and goes hand in hand with that classical revival style. So generally, we feel that the desired program can be accomplished with a lighter touch and less impact to historic material, and we would ask that this request be denied. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public?
Thank you very much. My name is David Viborni. I'm the homeowner, and I just wanted to speak to the smaller Juliet balcony. One of our primary objectives is to preserve the ability for light to come and enter into that ground floor. So we feel that a full balcony acts as a brim on a hat, shielding a lot of the light. The configuration of the home, the light kind of, especially in the wintertime, passes along Lawrence Street. And so for us to be able to get some of the daylight into that downstairs area, in light of kind of what our configuration is inside, the Juliet balcony allows for more of that to happen. If we did the full balcony, it would, as I said, it would shield some of that light. So this is kind of to bring back the spirit of the balcony that was there, but also accomplish the goal of one of the nice features of the home now, which is allowing light in. Thank you very much.
Do we have anyone else speaking from the public? I'll read the written comments. First, we have a position statement from Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for alterations at 68 Lawrence Street, and we thank the applicant for their time reviewing the plans for the property with us. We have no objection to the proposed work on the rear and side elevations. On the front elevation, we would prefer to see the second floor porch reestablished. Creating a shallow balcony is a missed opportunity, and it is unlikely anyone would remove the shallow balcony once constructed. Additionally, a deep porch is much more comfortable for use. The existing house is very symmetrical. The central doors on the first and second floors are the primary focal points of the building. We believe it is important to retain the central doors on both floors. We have no objection to changing the second floor central door into a French door using the same masonry opening. We also have concern about converting the windows to either side of the front door, first floor, and to either side of the front door, first floor, into double French doors. This alteration results in the loss of historical material, is non-reversible, and double French doors are not a common design element for the front houses in the historic district. Additionally, this change will make the interior of the house highly visible from the street. We recommend retaining the existing double windows to either side of the front door on the first floor. We also recommend retaining the historic windows to either side of the central door on the second floor. We recommend deferral so that the concerns about the front elevation can be addressed. And we have what it looks like, neighbors in support. And so I will read the addresses. We have 1 Wall Street, 57 Lawrence Street, 48 Lawrence Street, and 82 Anson Street, all neighbors who have no objections to the project. And that is the end of our written comments. Frankie, will you give city staff comments and recommendations, please?
Staff would prefer that the balcony engaged with the columns similar to how the original porch appeared, but we do feel like this is an improvement from the existing with a nicer railing. Staff recommendation is for conceptual approval with final review by staff.
Altman, did you want to respond to or clarify anything raised in the city staff comments or public comments?
I don't believe so. I addressed.
All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
So. Area on the painting.
Ms. Altman and I did discuss it. We felt like staff felt like since it was a brick veneer and what she was proposing was a mineral-based paint, we weren't that concerned about the historic brick being painted.
Two questions for Ms. Altman. Like a Kime finish or what type of?
That yet.
That'll lead to a comment in a second, but my other question is, I know you mentioned you believe the floor plan has changed or evolved over time. Was the house built as single family and converted, or do we know that?
It was built as the left and center doors.
Thank you. I just needed to clarify those two things. I think I'll have things, yes.
All right, yeah, I was gonna say that I might be alone in this opinion, but I sort of lament the loss of that original duplex facade configuration. I think there were and still are a number of intentionally designed two-family dwellings on the peninsula. It was relatively common, and I see them being lost, one by one. Say that this can't be a single-family house, it certainly can, but I think, like the preservation groups were pointing out, I think it's character defining of this structure that the facade say that that's what it was intended to be originally. And the painting of brick has been like pretty controversial for as long as I can remember. I mean, mineral paint is certainly better than other types, but I think it's been something that we've really struggled with and in the past.
Yeah, we have both approved and denied it.
Recent one, which isn't incredibly recent, but just the last one that we approved in my memory is on Rutledge overlooking Colonial Lake. It's a 1.5 story brick.
60s.
Yeah, I think that was maybe the differentiator. When you get into 50s, 60s brick, that brick's on ranch houses out in the suburbs too. There's not anything particularly special about it, but I know looking at, for example, the house down there on Battery that Simmons designed. I want to paint that brick. I don't like that gold brick. You can't touch that gold brick. I had one come to me years ago down on the newer end of South Battery, and problem. 40s is kind of right there in between. Is it suburban brick or is it that special brick? So I think that's something that needs. That's about when it started to change over mass production.
And I think that the position of the board and or staff
favored over time. I mean, I am near Spring that was initially denied. Actually built out of the same yellow brick from the same factory as 19 East Battery.
Was it supposed to be painted?
No, I think it.
27.
I could be mistaken. Hold on.
It
But
was
anyway.
but it wasn't supposed to be at all.
I might be making that up.
Agreed.
That's
hope I'm not.
That's the only thing I guess I could say about that painted brick. It is more of that, to me, if it's more of that vintage of a common.
Say it's suburban brick, I
Right,
call it that.
mass produced. Right, you're right, the 40s is when things changed. 227 Rutledge was definitely not supposed to be painted. We asked to paint it like 15 years ago and were denied, but someone recently just did it.
Recently done, is it painted now?
I'm not crazy.
And we had gone through, after I talked to Ms. Altman, we had gone through and looked at some of the previous board decisions. I wasn't sure what the cutoff was. But I had found a number of approvals, so we were basing it off of that.
I think there's a fine line and we don't have a firm answer on that.
Case by the case. And we have had others where we have requested a sample of reversible lime wash in the past, and I think some have been approved and some have been. I also think that what's being requested is sort of, telling neighborhood that at one point vacant lots that were infilled and best thing was a duplex, and now mostly single family. So we have to be careful with erasing the history of this building, yet understanding that likely the best use for it currently is a single family. And how do you establish? Sure.
Yeah. And I found it kind of, ironic that it's a little confusing, which is the primary door now, but the way it's proposed, it's still not really clear because there's two sets of French doors on the front, it's not like it's clearly reinvented as a single family.
You're not alone in that. And I'll tell you, I struggle with this myself. My own home is traditionally a duplex, and it was interesting. I am fully in favor of preserving that look of the duplex while I myself, we're converting our house to a single family right now. But the reason I say that is that, my husband was unaware that a lot of these homes were traditionally in this period were constructed to be duplexes, and they're very large houses and they're grand and beautiful, but they were traditionally duplexes. So to avoid individuals like my husband confusing and preserving that history that these were duplexes, I'm not opposed to what you've done, but I would encourage you to quite honestly keep the existing configuration, especially with the two front doors. It seems there's room there that you could maintain maybe the existing doors where they are instead of moving them just to the middle, which is the front door with that configuration. And that's just, and perhaps you are preserving the duplex by still having the two front doors, but just having them on the outside like that. I would encourage you to perhaps restudy and see if there's a design that would preserve that.
I think I agree with. To me, the 301 windows are really a defining feature. And defining feature of the house is I would struggle with level of changes on the front of the house. Juliet balcony, I just think that, support that structurally, that is going to be. As sort of two spots. They're way. Right. It's drawn now with the French doors there. And have a wall in between the windows that you might disassemble. Some kind of structure to separate your brackets. I think that balcony will be cantilevered. You can have two brackets that can be really close together, which I think is going to be very odd looking. And you can cantilever the rest of it. It's going to require some pretty serious engineering. But it can be done. It's just, I think that visually it's my eye, it's going to look odd with These unsupported cantilevers and two brackets squeezed together. So, I understand the need for light. I mean, it's my mind in general, it sort of makes more sense actually to restore the original porch. I definitely support the wholesale rearrangement of the fenestration.
I think it might be the French doors at the top. So there's
The fact that they're, yeah.
replaced, yeah.
Oh, it's the fact of replacing three
Yeah,
with doors, it's not.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
They're duplicating the doors.
Those that are going back in there is 3/1s, but they're going in openings where doors were, and then in the middle, French doors and those 3/1 windows.
That point too. Regardless of light patterns of all these doors, the new narrower French doors have one appearance, contradiction to the 3/1, which I understand. Then the 15 light doors, contradiction to those doors. Ultimately, a little more harmony of patterning of the fenestration, whatever configuration ends up being. I don't think the main premise is down to.
Station, yeah.
I'll say
I
it, I
just think
don't.
the balconies really
Tricky.
Deep, what do you really, it's not like you can hang out there, I don't know.
And you could cantilever the whole thing, I think. Or cantilever completely.
I don't
My
have,
biggest concern is the rearrangement of the fenestration and the painted roof. Because I agree with Bill, in that period in the 30s and 40s, you know, the brick it's machine made hard brick, but it is very different from what that particularly in the 60s and 70s.
I don't have a problem with the Juliet balcony. I agree it's probably not very usable, but perhaps that's not really the point of it at this time. I'm getting the impression that perhaps. And there could be removed later when there is a plan to restore the balcony. I don't really have a problem with the Juliet balcony, knowing that it's 18 inches wide.
Just a Juliet balcony.
And it gets into the fenestration change to justify that. I mean, it sounds like it should probably be a deferral to serve more of the.
Yeah, I am encouraged by this house getting love that I think it needs. And frankly, I don't feel like this house is settled into the streetscape as well as it could be. Sounds to me like it's just the percentage of drastic change to that front facade and the amount of fabric that's being requested to be changed that probably warrant a restudy and reconsideration.
Are we down to just the north, I guess, the front elevation? Were there any comments about the other requested changes? I'm just thinking if we approve everything but the front elevation today, or is it?
And I guess then
Okay.
probably would need to be a reversible field sample or something. Yeah, that's it for me. Those two. Registration arrangement on the front and then the.
Like say we approved part of it, but not part of it.
Would be a false hope because I think the fenestration affects the floor plan perhaps. But I detect a comfort level with the other part of the work, and I think you can take that verbally, in that those things don't need work.
That's good.
I, as one board member, would not be opposed to looking at some form of treatment to the brick as an option if it were reversible. I mean, there are so many painted brick houses from the 1930s and 1940s, but I also acknowledge this house has never been painted, but maybe they ran out of money. I don't know.
I'm gonna float this motion for deferral to restudy and preserve more of the character defining features, especially at the front elevation. And the board comments that painting this brick is discouraged. But just verbally, I mean, that leaves the door open to propose something reversible, whatever.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for deferral to restudy and preserve the character defining features and a board comment that painting the brick is discouraged. All right, do I have a second to Julia's motion?
Look at the intent of it, I guess I would only ask. Character defining. Expression.
Yeah.
You could character defining feature going.
Especially
Fenestration.
especially front elevation fenestration.
Julia, you have a revised motion on the floor for a deferral for restudy to preserve the character defining features, particularly the fenestration at the front elevation. And a board comment that painting brick is discouraged. Well, painting. All right, do I have a second to Julia's motion? Glenn? Fillmore?
Yeah, in favor.
Bill?
Yeah.
In favor?
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I will entertain a motion for a temporary 10-minute adjournment to allow us and the others to leave yourselves and have a snack. Do I have a motion?
Are we being fast?
All in favor? Okay, thank you. We'll be back in 10 minutes. You know, when we're. Okay. All right. Thank you all for entertaining us. We are on agenda item number 10, 6 Prelude Street. Give us an introduction, please.
Prelude is requesting conceptual approval for construction of 2 single-family buildings on a vacant lot governed by Factors Walk PUD. It's in the French Quarter in the Old Historic District. Is the location on Prelude.
I'm Amber Ahmed, and I will be presenting the conceptual design for 6 Prelude. In company with me is Trina Walker, who will be speaking specifically on behalf of the PUD in case there are any questions. But he would just like to elaborate on the intentions of the Factors Walk PUD that's in place. So I'll yield to him. So if we could advance to sheet S1. So this is the existing conditions. It's a nearly fully impervious parking lot. We do have some limited vegetation that you can see at the east, and then a very little bit at the southwest corner, and then south as well. It's unique in that the shape is not a rectangle. We've got this little southern peninsula that we'll call it, which stretches between 2 Prelude and 2 and 4 Exchange along that southern border. As mentioned, this is governed by a PUD, which zones this property for residential use. It is stipulated that PUD, which governs 6 Prelude, 8 Prelude to the north, and 5 Mid-Atlantic Wharf, that there are a number of residential units within these 3 parcels. So what is left is 2 residential units with 0 setbacks at the east, north, and west. Interestingly, the south setback is protected by a 15-foot type B landscape buffer to the south. So this provides a real incredible opportunity and asset to the property. That landscape buffer is highly prescriptive in terms of the size, number, species of vegetation that it's recommending. So we're really looking forward to engaging a landscape architect to develop that as an incredibly lush garden, and just be a really important feature both for this property and then also for the neighbors. So if we could advance to the next slide. Here we see some site context. So we've got showing 2 and 4 Exchange at the 2 and 4 Exchange at the southeast. We've got 2 Prelude anchoring the southwest. We've got our property, then 8 Prelude and 5 Mid-Atlantic Wharf. So here we have an aerial view to understand both the density and then lot coverage is typical for the area. So this was a very interesting revelation for me. The Sanborn maps dating back to 1872 show that there was no evidence of a structure ever being erected on this parcel. What that means is we're really starting from scratch. We've got no historical anything that we're trying to resurrect, no footprint that we're trying to reestablish. So the pressure back on the immediate site context to provide some improvements. So here we start looking at that street context. We've got visibility along Exchange Street where we've got 2 and 4 Exchange with a privacy wall that separates those two, and you'll get a glimpse of our property beyond. We've got a view from Concord Street on our east elevation where you see our building in and then the other elevation that would be visible is the view from Prelude. So in addition to, studying what is conceptually appropriate in terms of height, scale, and mass, we also wanted to take advantage of, learning from the immediate context in terms of fenestration and materiality as well. So this slide is a study in response to a meeting I had initially with Historic Charleston Foundation. This does fall in a FEMA AE 11 zone. So the building is elevated. In terms of how high to elevate that, we show that 2 and 4 Exchange is about a 11-foot, it's 10 foot, 10 and 3/4 to first finished floor, subfloor, or first subfloor. And then a field study confirmation shows 5 Mid-Atlantic Wharf also at 11 feet. So I'm just trying to establish that data line through the block. And as we establish that lofty ground floor, we're tasked with how we use that ground floor efficiently. So obviously, when you take into consideration that we're utilizing the 15-foot south property line as the, that buffer that's going to become the Great Garden, we can't really prescribe a typical side drive. So the proposal is an operable garage bay both on Prelude and Concord. This has been a contentious issue with Historic Charleston, city staff as well. We've talked through, but here you can see there are a myriad of examples along both Concord and Prelude, not just on our block, but along Waterfront Park at large, where we have front-facing parking as well as rearward articulation. Here we see the ground floor sort of taking shape. In terms of that parking that I was discussing along Prelude, we're actually using the existing curb cut, and I'd like to preserve that retaining wall as well. One of the reasons that we're going to do that is there's a tree that's pretty mature in some fragile state. So if I maintain that privacy wall, it's going to mitigate the disruption. I push the building back in order to get out of that. And then when I'm pushing this footprint east, it enables me to occupy that southern peninsula discussed so that I can give this residential unit some really incredible views to Waterfront Park and the harbor. So that's going to put the pressure on Concord Street to be a really compact footprint. One of the design decisions that we made was to try to reduce the monolithic nature that we see in multi-units. So by pushing the buildings apart, we are able to get some sun to the smaller two-story building to the north.
So I'm going to keep that about 3 minutes left, just to let you know.
Okay.
You've got 2 buildings.
So, right. So floors 1 through 3 are showcasing just 4-bedroom, 4.5-bath, single-family residential units. If we can go to the 3rd floor. Fact that we are advocating for some roof terraces here and here. I do want to make sure that that is out in the open and that the scope of them, I think, is limited in terms. I mean, we're not advocating for the entire roof to be a terrace. We're really trying to limit it and making it a useful, occupable space, but it would be a shame not to take advantage of the view we have across the park. However, here we see the north elevations. These are visible from that 2-story structure to the north. There's just effort paid to recess and extrude in very subtle ways just to break up this massing. You can also see here that the property facing Prelude is a 2-story element and that 3-story is pushed far back off the street. But the pedestrian experience is much friendlier. The same can be said for the north building. It appears as a 2-story structure from the street with that 3-story element pushed back. Here we see the Concord Street elevation. So this is what you perceive. This dotted outline shows this building in front, and then you would just like projection of the building. So we've got, a very rhythmic window type. We've got Juliet balconies. We've got, in this case, brick facade, but with stucco accents. The stucco cornice, lintel, details. We looked at 2-and-4 exchange as heavily influencing this building. All right, so the south elevation for both buildings just shows how much fenestration is paid to this side. We do have some view corridors, as mentioned, to the harbor, but also that lush garden. Finally, this is the elevation seen from Prelude. Again, just trying to make it appear pedestrian friendly, also adding, the 2-story porch and Bishop's Arch, being really residential and active. Here too, you can see this dotted line. This building is almost, is entirely concealed by the Prelude. Here we see just those same elevations, but in 3D form, which provide more contextual information. Next one, some just obscured views so that you can understand that massing relief in its entirety. I'll say we've done a considerable amount of neighborhood outreach. Overall, that has been very positive. Historic Charleston, Preservation Society have both encouraged us in our architectural direction for this phase of the project. So I'm going to give a few minutes to try
I'm going to be super
succinct.
succinct. It's very hard for a lawyer to do, but I have no place on the design side of this. I just wanted to give some context. That is, this is the Factors Walk PUD that was adopted by the city in 2002. Anytime you go by the place again and again and nothing's built there, you think, well, maybe nothing's ever going to be built there. I just want you to know that it was contemplated in the PUD that up to 3 units could be here, only 2 now.
And that the 15-foot separation that you see was something that was specified in the PUD. And I don't even think it was green as much as the plan today to separate the south side of the building from the neighborhood, neighboring building, and that the PUD specifies all the design criteria, the technical criteria. That's it. Thank you.
All right, do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicants?
Does the PUD allow, or does it incorporate like the parking underneath and the extra height at the first floor?
The PUD doesn't get into the design. It's called the south building. And they're referred to as the south building, but there's no design associated with it, just building development standards in terms of setbacks, height, and that type of thing.
One more question. The building that is currently under construction at 2 and 4.
Change, is that governed by the same different?
That's outside of Factors Walk. Okay. So this is Factors Walk ends with this property. This is the south end of Factors Walk.
Thank you.
And I have a couple for Amber. Well, could you just maybe describe like how a visitor would approach each of the buildings, you know, like the pedestrian kind of interaction there?
Sure. So on Concord Street, there is a little gate that would lead you to a central entry at the ground level. So you would be taken through the garden. And then similarly here, there's a pedestrian gate that would do the same on the Prelude side. If you wanted to. Three of the block.
On it's the previous sheet, could you go back one, Vicky? There, that sidewall appears to be wider, right, than in the other view?
This?
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's a modeling error. Okay. I did amend it so that it does reflect it. At one point, I had talked with staff about trying to conceal. So I think this updated model.
Right.
You can see it in the next slide.
Right, it looks.
So there it's represented.
Matches the plan, okay, cool. Generally the Juliet balconies, are those like accessible or sort of just more decorative, or what were you thinking?
Well, I was thinking that you could, take a step out. I mean, I know in the previous submission, 18 inches was tricky, but in this case, that's what my plan was revealing as well. And these would be casement windows, so you could not a party.
And then let's see.
This is conceptual, but the
Chimneys, are you thinking those would be stucco and masonry, or is that frame?
So I was actually thinking that would be smooth stucco.
On frame?
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question, on the site plan, it appears that one of the little bay elements goes over that 15-foot setback. Is that cool PUD-wise? I don't know. You can look at the site plan.
It should all be within.
That where the rents.
The site plan should be shown to us. So in this case, the green is. Everything is north of that.
Sure, I'm not crazy.
Is it on the first floor, Julia?
Yeah, it is A 1.0.
Okay, so you're right in that when I took these cantilevers as staff, that was one of the staff recommendations. Was not to cantilever that, but to actually extend that grade. And when I did that, this pushed forward by a foot. I didn't catch it on that plan, sorry. So I took which actually centered it more.
Any other board questions at this time? All right, we'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Anna Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. Preservation Society would like to thank the applicant for reaching out and being receptive to our comments. We understand that as a PUD, many aspects of this development are established as part of the zoning, including height. However, we do feel aspects of the design can be improved through this process. First, there are currently too many different window types and sizes, and we would encourage an overall simplification of the administration in accordance with the rational repetitive forms of detail that are customary in Charleston. Also, the two garage door openings on Concord Street are incompatible with the urban setting and prominent location directly across from Waterfront Park. At a minimum, we would encourage recessing the garage doors further from the face of the building and continuing to study their treatment based on architectural material precedents in the historic district. Also, if the right side garage opening could be eliminated, we might suggest continuing the traditional administration pattern to the ground level next to the front door to provide a more positive pedestrian experience. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public?
My name is Ted Stoney, and I live at 8 Prelude Street, Unit C, which is runs on Concord Street. And I've lived there since 2004. I was one of the original 3 people involved in the development factors walk. So I've been living in the neighborhood for 18 years, right next to this parking lot. I'm just happy to see something finally built there. And Amber has been very receptive to comments I've made. I asked her if she could possibly push back the 3rd floor over parking to give a little bit more respect to the building at 8 Prelude Street, because it's got a tall building next to it. And this is going to be a tall building to the south of it. And she did that. And so I think it looks much better now than when that 3rd floor over parking was right up on Concord Street. I don't have a problem with a rooftop element in that area. I think it would be nice, because the park is beautiful and it is a major asset to the neighborhood. I think that anybody that lives there would like the benefit of enjoying vistas from that rooftop deck. Other than that, I support it, and they've been very, receptive to comments.
Mr. Stoney? Have anyone else speaking from the public? All right. We have a position statement from Mr. Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval for alterations at 6 Prelude Street, and we thank the applicant for her time reviewing the plans for the property with us. Overall, we do not object to the architectural direction of the proposed structure. However, we do have concern that the building is proposed to be elevated higher than what is required by FEMA to accommodate parking underneath. We recommend resetting the site to find other parking options. A reduction in the size of the building footprint should help address this issue. This will also give relief to the surrounding buildings, especially to the historic 1860 structure to the north. We also have concerns have concern about the proposed roof terraces. HTF is generally not supportive of roof decks or terraces in the historic district as they are not compatible with the surrounding character. We recommend the removal of these features or at least relocating them to areas that are not visible from the public right of way. The dormer windows on the third floor of each building break the eave line of the roof. This treatment results in an awkward roof line. The window height should be reduced or lowered to be below the eave, or the dormer should be placed fully above the eaves. We recommend deferral of this application so that these issues can be addressed. We have one other statement from a neighbor, but this is the one I understand has been provided to all the board members. This is Kay Bachman, and she is the owner and resident of 2 Prelude Street. And for the most part, she is against the application, citing concerns about the project being architecturally dissimilar and also concerns about flooding. But you all have been provided that, and I won't read into the record for purposes of time, knowing the board members have reviewed it. That is the end of public comment. Frankie, if you'll give city staff comments and recommendations.
Composition of each structure is busy, perhaps driven by program or perhaps driven by a desire for visual interest on tall facades. Charleston architecture relies on simplicity in massing and rational repetitive fenestration. Because there is reduced visibility to a portion of both proposed buildings, staff has worked with the applicant, and the applicant has been responsive on small tweaks on the most visible portions. Staffers are relying upon the provided three-dimensional images to comprehend how the visual portion of each building will be viewed. With this, the massing is found to be sufficiently responsive to each open view corridor. Consider any additional simplifications to the facade, such as limiting the use of trim bands and bay extension. Consider a different material for the base to mitigate the height. Staff suggests the ground floor be a projected base of the same brick material for the other floors. 4 floors is permissible in the Factor 12 walk code, which covers this property. Regarding the garage doors facing Prelude and Concord Street, while typically not ideal, a study of the area reveals parking garages a block north and south of this property, as well as screened but open parking beneath a building directly north on the state block. To implement garage access facing the street, the applicant must utilize minimally sized single bay, highly upgraded garage doors. Staff recommendation is for conceptual approval with board and staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Do the applicants have any response to the public comments or city staff comments and recommendations?
I would like to just
It just lags because of the
essay. So here we can see 2 Prelude, in which came up. There, we've got access at 5-Minute Atlantic Wharf. The city gallery does have a 3rd story. This is a prevalent feature in this area of town. 2 of the 4 buildings on this block do have them. That regarding the roof, the overall height, was discussed in that study. So in terms of the finished floor height being too tall, again, I've established it was bookended by the block, so there's precedent there. I think that's all. Just aside that from the fact that we've made such a concerted effort to be really thorough and considerate of the context.
Right, at this time, public comment and the applicant's presentation is closed, so we'll move into board discussion and vote.
Let's start. It's clear that the applicant's trying to do something thoughtful and high quality, and it's clear that you given it a lot of attention already. I think there's a lot of potential there, and at the same time, I hear the concerns of the preservation groups. So we can just kind of talk through some of those. Do you think the design would benefit from simplifying the fenestration? And probably also from simplifying some of the decorative elements, which those Juliet balconies I think are pretty much decorative. Height, I feel like the height is probably appropriate for this location. I appreciate that you've tried to pull back that fourth level. One thing that could pretty painlessly be conceded height-wise is to reduce the ground floor clearance from, I think it's currently like 9.8 or something. Just take that down to, 8 feet would be enough for a garage, I would think. That would pull it down a little bit. And I agree with the applicants that roof terrace elements are clearly precedented in this area. In terms of the interaction with the public right of way and the pedestrian experience, I think that might also warrant some further thought. It's a little tough for someone to find the front door now or to understand, it doesn't strike me as particularly friendly in terms of the ground level, pedestrian level experience. But again, generally it looks like a good, high quality kind of proposal.
Go ahead, just make. Guess I could maybe ask one question of the applicant pertinent to one of your comments, Julia. Garage ceiling height. Does flood, are you right above flood? No, the FEMA maps, I can't remember if.
The FEMA maps changed to be less restrictive.
Less restrictive.
We're still required to go along Concord. It's about 5.5 feet. That's establishing it from a grade. Grade is at 5.5.
Your garage ceilings are how high above the slab?
Site study of the finished floor. Sorry, wrong way. Here. So I've got finished floor height from 11. Let's call it.
And the red line is
The red
freeboard?
line is FEMA.
That's FEMA, so one more foot for freeboard, right?
Right.
2, right? For new?
Oh, is it 2 now?
Uh-huh.
I was with you, Bill. So that now we're talking,
Yeah,
So it's still maybe a foot or so above freeboard.
Right.
Okay, so in theory, it could be lowered a little
It could be lowered.
bit. Okay. And I guess I would say too, I'm not gonna make any comment about Juliet balconies because there's a partial vignette of the store at Juliet balconies. But I do think the recess of the garage doors, I think that was one of Anna Catherine's comments, is important. Accomplish that would be desirable. I don't know what kind of car that is on your garage plan there. That
On A1.2.
yeah, there's a normal car and then some kind of little clown car.
Well, those are golf carts.
Oh, it's a golf cart. Okay, I thought maybe it was a smart car or a clown car or something. But recessing those doors would help quite a bit. As a matter of fact, when she made that comment, I went back real quick and checked my file on 2 and 4. Not that it's germane to anything you're necessarily doing, but to literally return the block in there and have like the garage doors actually 2 feet back from the face of the building. So anything you could do to that vein, I think would help in relief. But I know it's a complicated site, complicated project. I'm really good with pretty much everything you're putting together as a concept. Especially happy about the height. I think it's fits in well with the context of really surrounding buildings that you're given to work around. So I do agree with the also just the fenestration and continuity of fenestration. I think that's important as well. So
To add, I think the design is really nice. I didn't know that there was a PUD in this area, honestly. To allow you to build something. And I think the design is really nice and I really have nothing to add.
I don't have a lot to add. I think, I do think that treatment of the garage doors is very important. Like the idea that it can come down a little bit in height and unification of the window patterns. That's general architectural direction.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Let me see what's done.
They address lowering that floor. No, I don't think that they do.
Okay, so motion. Conceptual approval with staff comments. 2. Comment 2 and a board comment. 2. Restudy the ground level pedestrian experience. Which obviously can incorporate pushing back the garage doors and all of that stuff. And lower
the board just based on
lower the clear height in the ground floor to a max of 8 feet.
have comments about the fenestration.
That's simplifying it. That's comment 2.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with staff comment 2 and a board comment. First to restudy the ground level pedestrian experience and the second to lower the clear height in the ground floor to a maximum of 8 feet. Did I have that right? Yes, you may make a revised motion. We'll agree with exactly that. Okay, go ahead.
And the third board comment to restudy the Juliet balconies.
All right, do I have a second to Julia's motion? To a vote, Glenn? Bill? Julia? Someone?
Yeah.
Chair votes to the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item number 11 is 698 Rutledge Avenue. Frank, you should give us an introduction, please.
It's requesting alterations to exterior stairs and enclosure and fenestration changes. Is a category 4 in North Central. That started in 1942 in the historic corridor district. This is the location on Rutledge. The existing site photos. I will turn it over to you.
I'm Ashley Jennings, I'm architect on the project, and I'm here with my client, Alessandra. I know this has been a long night for y'all, and I appreciate your patience, so I'll try to be quick. This is once again in the jurisdiction where you have purview over demolition. And so I'll present the project to give you information about what we're doing, but I think specifically you're going to be looking at some demolition at the rear of the structure. So this is a site plan, and this building was built in the early 1940s as a pharmacy on the first floor and as residences on the second floor. I did what's this before. Move to the next slide, please. This is a proposal, and as you can see, it's this area in the back corner that we're proposing to make the changes. Next slide, please. This is the existing floor plan, and you'll also see that one area of demolition that you might have purview over is these two openings right here. At some point, this brick was stuccoed over. And there are two openings, two occupant openings behind. Next slide, please. And this shows the reconfiguration of this area back here. And what was here, can you back up just one slide so I can describe? This was a porch at one point, and then at some point they built the stair tower to access the roof and then enclose the porch. And so our proposal is to take the stair tower out and take the enclosure of the porch out. And that's what you see here. Next slide. This is the existing second floor plan. You can see the enclosure. Next slide, please. This is the proposed second floor plan. And the proposal is to reuse the space as an office open office on the second floor and retail on the first floor. And this is a roof plan. That stair actually comes up and accesses the roof. And the proposal is to remove that and to look at the mechanical use. This is the front elevation, or the one that faces Rutledge Avenue. And Frankie, you can tell me when to stop or what's not under purview, but the proposal is there's plywood over these openings right now to reopen them and do anything we need to do to the storefront to make it right again, and to put in a new door that matches the existing doors there. We have requested removal of the existing vinyl windows that are there and replacing them with wood. Next slide, please.
And just to clarify, this is in the historic corridor, so we do have jurisdiction over commercial structures.
Okay, all right. And as you
Not
can
just
see
demolition.
here, this is the element on the roof that's proposing to remove. And as you can see on the Cleveland Street elevation, the proposal is to open some of the openings back up, as you can see here, to open these windows back up and to restore the storefront here. Last slide, next slide, please. Okay, this is the.
Oh, sorry. I'm bumping buttons
I'm
accidentally.
trying to go fast. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's what's been that element, the rooftop element that we're proposing to remove, and this is the enclosure that we're proposing to remove and restore the porch. Next slide, please. And once again, you can see closed window openings we're proposing to reopen. There's a little bit of cosmetic work here to remove some of the conduit and exposed conduit. This is that tower element that we're proposing to remove. You can see that this is the state of the building. It's a really interesting building. It needs some love. And these are the photographs to show the state of the structure that's proposed to be removed. And this is that enclosure here and the enclosure here. That's it. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions for the applicant?
Did you ever locate any historic photographs of this building?
Yeah, Ben has a good historic photograph of it, don't you? But it's from a newspaper article from when the pharmacy first opened.
Love to see that.
I think that it just shows the corner of the building, and it's interesting because there's a that cover that's over the 45 right here was actually round or curved.
Yeah, it's all basically still intact. Cantilever on.
Yeah, and this stucco right here.
And there's some tile work out front.
Yeah, there's still some Hamptons on the entranceway.
You'll retain that?
Absolutely, yeah. The intent is to keep everything.
This is just out of curiosity, I always assumed there used to be some kind of cornice up there at the top of the parapet. Like it just looks like something fell off, but just curious what you guys think.
It doesn't look like it when you're up on the roof. It doesn't look like there's something missing.
Any other questions?
The roof plan doesn't show that tower thing, but it shows the access. And there's some kind of chimney up there too. Will that stay or go?
That's gonna go too.
Okay.
Any other board members have questions? Board questions. Bill, did you have any more?
No, that's all.
We'll move into public comment. Is there anyone speaking from the public?
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. We just wanted to offer our continued support of this project. We were pleased to support its zoning and just continue to take this really consistent approach to rehabilitating a very unique building. We've also seen historic photographs from newspaper articles from late 1940s and 50s, and what we're seeing is very consistent with the documentation that we've observed. So support of the project as proposed. Thanks.
Anyone else speaking to the public? I have no written statement, so Frankie, I'll ask you to give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
So the stairs which are being altered are not visible from the public right of way, and the appurtenance is very minimally visible. The existing plans, we had a sort of question on this. The plans show the newly proposed windows, and additionally, the octagonal outline of the newly proposed windows were depicted on the elevation. We were trying to find out if they were original and you were showing them being restored or not, which you answered in your presentation, so thank you. Staff recommendations for conceptual approval with staff and board comments and for final reviews.
Denise, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comment and the city staff comment?
No, I mean, I think one question I would have for the board, one of the interesting things about those windows in the back that we're proposing to reopen is that the reason they're stucco there is because not all the brick is in place anymore. So our proposal is to keep the stucco right there because there's not, like I said, the brick that created those openings to begin with in the back, the timber frame is still there, but a lot of it is gone. As well as to keep the stuff.
Public comment and the applicant presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote. I would just like to say I didn't even know there was a tower there. I often walk and run past this building, and I've been waiting for this corner to be engaged. Thing with it is perfect, just right across from Hampton Park, and I'm excited to see what you guys are doing with it.
We are reviewing this. So in the historic corridor, we have jurisdiction over repairs and alterations of commercial buildings.
So Ashley knows, like, I don't think we need that for a while, but recently we realized that we do.
You extended this far.
It's very confusing because it's on Rutledge, but not actually. Get backwards.
Should ask the question. Part of the building that it looks like off, or you?
I don't think you can get it off. I mean, Ben and I were just talking about it. I don't think that's going to come off. I think if you take it off, you're going to take the face of the brick off too, because that's a pretty machined polished brick.
Yeah.
So I think that the intent was to paint it, maybe not white.
It's a really cool building. Yeah, I don't really have any issue with what you're back that up, not much of it. Have comments? Appreciate the application.
And I think you said you want to replace those grill between the glass vinyl windows with.
Yes, true divided wood.
It's really good to hear. Yeah, I've got nothing to add. It's a super cool building. I kind of want to defer it for you to bring that photograph to us. I'll ask Kevin.
It's conditional. Conditional upon receipt of the photograph.
Actually, Constantine's office. I will move for approval.
Comment number 1.
An emailed photo to Julia.
I mean, can it almost, well, yeah, I guess it's not final. It could be final, but.
Conceptual approval with staff comment 1 and final review by staff. Do I have a second to Glenn's motion? Bill? Vote. Julia? Omar?
Yeah.
Glenn?
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah.
Chair votes for the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Agenda item number 12. 11.5 St. Philip Street. us an introduction and overview, please?
We are going for preliminary approval for new construction of mixed-use building utilizing existing remnant walls of the previous structure. Raise house building circuit. Just to give you a quick reminder. Site. And some sandboard.
And thank you. I'm Ashley Jennings. I'm representing my clients, Tim and Colin Colbert tonight on this project. You've seen this before, and the charge we had leaving was to work on detailing. With one exception was the study of a restate of the front window. So, I don't know that other than just starting to delineate the way the building is starting to be put together, there's really not any change to the ground floor plan. We're starting to look at the way that the site is landscaped, if there can be any landscaping, and the way that the ground plane is treated. But other than that, that's pretty much it for the ground floor plan. As you move to the second and the third floor. One thing I want to talk about, I'm glad that y'all provided this table for our one little sample here, but this is, we had talked a lot about the product that we wanted to use, which is ground face. And so this is, I'm gonna, I'll start and pass it, but this is the ground face we're talking about using. And the challenge of the site here is that the rear wall or the north wall of the property abuts the backyards of several properties there. And when I say it's on zero lot line, it literally is on zero lot line. And so we were looking for a solution that would allow clients to build there without having to have an easement on the property or some sort of agreement to be able to get over there to build and get over there to maintain. Because as you can see, there's one building that comes fairly close to the back wall. So we're looking at a product that's called Insultech, which is an insulated block system that is a CMU block with a line of insulation and then another face on the outside of it. So in looking at the delineation, what you see is that Insultech happens along the north property line and the west property line, where it's very close to the adjacent neighbors. And then the idea is to just use a ground-based block system on the south property where there's access, and then backing it up with a stud wall. So that product is, the Insultech system can come in a lot of different types of styles of faces, and we landed on this ground face. And I'll show you a sample or a photograph of the system installed in Charleston in just a minute. But the idea is that U-shaped shell will become this ground face system, and then the remainder of the building that emerges from that shell will become a sided material. And this is just starting to delineate that. So Frankie, if you want to move us forward. Really no changes, once again, just starting to delineate those types of systems. So one of the things that was discussed at the last meeting was the window in the front. And so our solution was, we had a square window there, and we changed it to a round window to reference the arch in the remnant wall. We tried looking at an arch window there, and we thought it looked a little foreign to the style of architecture, so we included a round window with a dual green. And we started to show you, we've moved the front remnant wall away so you can start to see the wall, the window wall behind it, so that you can see what that looks like and how it relates to the remnant in the front. And as you move around the building, you start to see the way the materiality changes a little bit. So this is the south elevation. Obviously, this is going to be the one that you can see most. from the public right of way. And you see that, once again, that ground-based block that extends up a portion of the building, the metal shrouds and the metal window groupings. And I'll talk a little bit about the materiality here. So we've been meeting with a roofer to help develop, he's really good with metal, to help develop the strategy for building these elements. And so those window shrouds, the intent is to be built with a metal frame and then sheathed with one single piece of metal on each face with a seam as it turns. And the idea being that piece of metal will be significant enough that there's not any oil candy, but the idea is that it will be a single piece of metal. And then the window groupings will also be clad in metal. So you'll have an aluminum clad window that sits within a frame that is also clad in metal. And once again, the roofer will be working with us on those details as well. The same issue with the bay elements that you see in the sided part of the building. Those will be, they're extruded from the face of the building. And once again, that same philosophy of one sheet of metal on each face with some sort of turn detail as you make the transition to the front of the building. But the idea is that all of that is fabricated out of metal, and the shrouds above as well. And then there was some discussion about the way that the remnant wall was framed and supported to stabilize it. And talking with a structural engineer about it, just to get some initial thoughts. The idea would be to create a steel frame within the remnant. We're proposing a steel channel at 2 places and the steel pipe columns that support that steel channel. So that the steel channel is actually stitch tied into the remnant wall to kind of stabilize it and hold it in place. So you've got a rigid frame inside of that you start to see it emerge a little bit in that one place where the wall starts to step down. And then once again, the roof element would be treated the same way with the metal system, but here we're proposing a flat seam metal system. And a flat seam on the roof and a steam. Please. This is the north elevation. There's some glass brick in that wall, not glass block, but glass brick to light the stairwell. And then you have one small portion of siding there that peeks over the lower one-story building on Wentworth Street to look up Wentworth Street. Slide, please. So some building sections showing how these things go together. You can see the way that the bay protrudes and the idea being that it would be clad. And the roof overhang at the top that creates the parapet wall for the roof detail would also be metal as well. We're proposing as you move underneath the soffit of that overhang would be a wood material, a tongue and groove wood material, and we're proposing a wood deck on the roof element as well. Please. This is another building section cutting the opposite direction, just showing how the assembly goes together. Next slide, please. Some wall sections starting to show on the one to the left, you're starting to look at the smaller shroud that happens at the windows that are in the sided portion of the building above the bays. And then you can see the way the bay goes together and the idea that metal panel system. Trimming out the bay, for lack of a better description. And then you can also see in the next slide, the one to the right, that Insultech system as it goes up. We have a cast stone cap that happens at the top where the wood frame wall steps in, and you can see there that we've got a channel gap siding made by true exterior. Next slide, please.
Actually, you've got a minute left.
Okay, I'm almost finished. Once again, you can see the large overhang. You see a dashed angle there. There's going to have to be some structural support there. You see the floral channel gap siding, and you see this grouped window that looks into the courtyard that the remnant creates, once again, with that metal cladding system. And on the opposite side, you see the larger window shroud, and you see the grouping of the window that sits within those larger shrouds and the block wall that happens on the south side of the building. Slide, please. These are just previous proposed and current proposed, not much difference except for just the linear. Previous and current with the biggest modification is the change in the window. And then this is the material palette, which some of these things you can see, the intent for the window groupings is to work similarly to this image here. This is the channel gap siding. And then this is a building in Mount Pleasant that has that ground face block on it. The one thing that I will tell you is we don't like the idea of the mortar being a lighter color when we really like the mortar to be closer to the field color of the block. That's the intent. So that it presents a more monolith proposal for a light fixture, and this is just to show what that shroud system would look like. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions for the applicant?
Well, okay, I think I get it. So I know you're not like a giant fan of hatches, but so everywhere that's like just white is that block with the light?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's the normal unit size, like 8 by 16 ish.
It's an 8 by 16 block, that's correct.
But you don't want anybody to know that, like, you're just, right. You're just gonna make it all one color and it's just one thing. Okay, got it.
Any other questions from board members? All right, we'll move on to public comment. Do we have anyone speaking for the public?
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society continues to feel that the fenestration of the front facade and the material palette need further study as this project advances. At the previous review, there was considerable conversation about the shape and proportion of the fenestration on the front of the building in particular, and we still feel that the circular window is a foreign shape that does not successfully relate to the historic ruin. And as the most visible part of this building, treatment of the front facade should better relate to Charleston proportions. We also have concern that the ground face CMU, even if it has a polished surface, will still read as CMU given the dimensions of the block, which we feel does not rise to the material quality that's appropriate for the historic district. So we would just ask that these issues be addressed before the project moves forward. Thank you.
Anyone else speaking from the public? All right, we have a position statement from Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for new construction of a mixed-use building utilizing existing remnant walls of the previous structure. We are concerned about the circular window on the front facade, third floor. This prominent feature calls attention away from the historic ruin and is not compatible or deferential to the historic structure. Rather than a singular window in this location, we recommend carrying the window pattern proposed on the first and second floors up to the third floor. As we commented at the previous meeting, more information should be submitted on how the tops of the walls will be treated to prevent future deterioration of the ruin. That is the end of our public comment. Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Okay, we've already used the material sample. Staff comments, the glass brick on the north elevation should be further described. Staff is not opposed to the circular window at the front elevation, as the contemporary design of the new building provides a nice juxtaposition to the existing salvaged element. Additionally, the shape may reflect the arches found in the existing salvaged element. Staff does contemplate whether this window should be raised higher on the elevation to mitigate some of the solid wall above, especially in light of what angle of visibility might exist. Staff suggests a study of this. Applicant should provide additional information on the proposed block texture, size, and finish. Staff recommendation is for preliminary.
Actually, did you want to respond or clarify anything raised in public comment of the city staff comments?
Sure, just to talk about the round window. I know we've looked at every single solution there, and we landed on the round window thinking that was a pretty good solution, but we will certainly defer to what the board thinks about that window. As far as the block goes, I think that our challenge on this project is to present something on that north face that does not require installation from the neighboring property and also does not require maintenance from the neighboring property. So that is why we settled on the block system to begin with. So, and other than that, I mean, I would be willing to listen to whatever the board had to say about that window.
Public comment and the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll open it up for board discussion and a vote at this time. Say about the window. Thinking through, in a way, I agree with HGF's comment to bring that same window shape to that top window. However, it is a more modern building, so say that, and I actually disagree thinking through it further. I think the round window is a good solution, and it's better than the square window at least. The arches in the front windows at least matches those. So I like the round window.
Try a triangle.
Yeah, I know.
Wasn't here for the first presentation of this project, so I'll let you guys know. I'm comfortable with the circle.
Something about the round window that I don't like. Something needs to be there. And I'm not sure, I'm not gonna pretend that I know. That's something has to be on that face. And I don't know whether it's the fact that it's, you know, from a crowds the historic a little bit. But something needs to be there, and you know, the round window solution.
Actually, but did you do any 3D studies of it? Because I'm just, I'm trying to imagine the actual experience from a
In the street level window view.
Actually, I'm scrolling through to the plan. That round window in the bedroom, is that right? I guess I'll say round window could work. I do agree with staff's comment about positioning, especially if that frame work that's going to be stabilizing the ruin. I assume that's this horizontal line right over the top of these lower windows. So it's creating this rectilinear field above, and by fact that that round window is just like, I don't know, maybe 8 to 12 inches too low. Centered in that field, I think actually it would is the width, call it the diameter, and matching the width of the center pane below, so that does make sense. Block work, but I think, with construction, this is going to be really difficult, but see a field sample of it, because if you ordered the block, mobilized the project, you've got the block, you're ready to build, and then you got a field sample that's subject to review. But really like to see it in more of like, you know, partial wall assembly with the mortar that matches color, the way you're talking and everything, to see if there's enough there to give it that monolithic appearance that you're going for. Because if you can achieve that, I'm a lot
we're on board with it. But if it starts to read more like a CMU block wall, I agree with the comments, I think, from Preservation Society, you know, CMU. Appearance of quality that we want to have. So I don't know, maybe if some block can be ordered early and an actual sample constructed of part of a wall with the mortar you intend. I would say the door's still open. I would need to see it in a larger format.
And the other detailing is
together, so you put a lot of thought into it. And way it's headed, heck of a time with that big overhang. That angle ain't gonna do it.
At the front?
That one up there at the roof, I don't know.
Six.
Six two. Doable though. It's commutable. I don't think much of anything above that's going to be perceived at all, really. Is the underside of that being CGI based. That's really going to be the dominant. Yeah, I think it's pretty darn close. I think maybe it's positioning of the round window for me and just seeing an actual mock-up of the wall.
I think the photo of the Mount Pleasant installation, not what I would head toward. I mean, in my book, it's a firm no. But I think a significant size site mock-up with the mortar could be reviewed. I don't think that photo does justice to the sample that was being passed around. I feel like those walls need to feel more monolithic, but and I guess I'm trying to say it shouldn't look like a concrete block wall, but it is. So I'm questioning whether that can be the construction detail.
And in my book,
sample is not 3 of them. Like it would be a wall that we would have to look at. So either build a wall or
So it doesn't really specify in here, but this is a preliminary application. I think why don't you guys do it since you were here last time and I was not.
Will you have a motion?
I think everything else. You ready? No, I think everything else is progressed. I just have this material concern.
Leave it in there. They just asked for some more information, right?
Okay, sure. But I'll make a motion for preliminary approval with staff's comments. Comment that approval of the block system. Still pending review of large wall sample with still an open item.
Townsend,
Is
Lift
it
the window.
brown face wall?
ground.
Oh, and
Yeah, how, I think we do need to fairly specify like what is an acceptable sample wall size.
well, let's see, masonry, let's see, let's go 4 feet tall and, no, let's go 5 feet tall and 4 feet wide. However many blocks. However many blocks.
So I have a motion of 4 by 4.
Okay,
4 feet tall.
4 by 4.
4 by 4.
4 by 4.
I have a motion on the floor for preliminary approval with staff comments and a board comment that approval of the ground face block system is pending review of board review of a 4 by 4 wall.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you said.
Thank you, Julia. Put it to a vote. Glenn? Fillmore?
Yeah.
Bill?
Yeah.
Yeah. Chair votes the majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Julia. We are on agenda item number 1351 Chapel Street. Frankie, you'll give us an introduction, please.
Requesting replacement of ground floor columns and handrail and restoration of second floor porch. A category 3 in the garden district. Circa 18. Presentation. Site photos. And one snapshot.
Hey, I'm Robbie Marty. I'm the architect representing the owners of this building. 51 Chapel Street is, it's actually part of there are sort of 3 similar buildings right next to it that, I mean, obviously they're all similar in age and have experienced the same kind of over the years adding on to and deterioration. This building in particular is a 3-unit residential building and it's in pretty sad shape. It's been added on to and neglected for many years. The current owner is proposing not to do a full-scale renovation of the exterior of the building, which possibly the building wants, but he wants to start with doing some work on the porch. So if you want to just go to one of the next pictures. So right now, the ground level porch has wrought iron columns and a little iron railing. And then the second floor has been partially filled in, and then the balance of it was filled in with a solid wall and a screen porch. What we are proposing to do is to remove the ground floor wrought iron columns and replace those with square wooden columns. And then on the second floor, the enclosed partial part of the porch will stay, and then the solid wall where the screen porches will be removed, and the columns that are actually still there will be restored, and a new wood railing system will be built. Then second, I think if you flip to one more picture, the second part of this is that the way that the 3 units are configured is that you entered through the porch for the ground and the second floor units, and then the third floor kind of attic went up this treacherous set of stairs. We would like to remove this set of stairs The interior third floor access was still there. It was just covered up by partition walls. And so it's this really kind of neat little stairwell. We are restoring that portion of the interior, which allows us to then remove the steel stairs. And then also, I may not have a good photograph of this, but it is in the drawings if you want to just forward. There's a door that was added for that third floor access. And we're going to remove that door and just restore the wall. You can go, let's go maybe. Forms don't really matter a whole lot for this particular part of the application. Then next page, this is again site plan, which is essentially not changing except for the stair being removed. Going. Then this is just the floor plans are just showing the porch change. So if you'll just go all the way to like the elevations. So here you can kind of see where the stair is going to be removed, the different, the porch modifications. The entry to the porch is a brick step configuration. That's going to stay the same. The roof line will stay the same. And then if you'll flip one more, you will be able to see. So the side, so this is, you can see where the stairs are and the entry door, which is just, it's actually even less than a 6/8 shoved underneath the eave line. And so we're going to restore the solid wall, which happily we have the buildings next to down to be able to sort of see what maybe was there, and although those have been modified as well. So anyway, that is essentially my proposal. The one detail on the ground, the railing of the second floor porches is I drew a little cross hatch pattern, which mimics the building next to it, the residences to the west, which is one of the three that matches, just to kind of begin to recognize the language of the buildings being similar to each other.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Answer one of mine was your inspiration. Good answer, thank you. Is this sort of kind of like the 5 cantilevers getting any issues? Structurally, is there any?
The second floor.
Yeah.
Yes, so that this is also part of the issue is that a close look at those iron columns will reveal that they're barely holding up that porch, and so part of this is to show up the structure. Which part is because the
Iron looks anemic, but.
Second floor porch
Second
cantilevered
floor,
out from the.
Yeah,
oh, just a bit, yeah.
so far out from, in other words, your new column is gonna be set out from your column below on cantilevers on 2 ways, right?
It does a bit. So there is some structure underneath there. So the wall is built out, but the structure of the porch is where the original structure of the porch.
Oh, well, I was asking because of your new column depicted on that, say that one corner is out, I guess, where the corner of the house wall is now.
A3.3.
Yeah, A3
It looks
point.
like they just enlarged the footprint of the second floor when they enclosed it, right? Do you think they just like cheated it out?
They followed the line of the second floor porch. So when they built the walls up, they built as sort of as far out as the edge of the porch, whereas the actual structure holding the porch up is further in. I don't know, is that making any sense, that headers?
Okay, no, I was just curious because, that's a pretty big time.
Yeah.
That's very important in that.
So the structure kind of comes across and moves back here, and then this, I mean, you're right, but this is sort of.
I think if you look at the sister houses, I mean, their porch structure aligns. So.
Three. I think that's easier to tell probably how, if you look at that second floor porch, how
Right,
your
how
column
it's
is sitting out.
It's coming out.
you think, is it possible? I understand you probably have that wall.
So
you
the
don't
wall,
want to
I
lose.
might have the column actually drawn in the wrong place a little bit. The column may sit back a little bit more. The wall is definitely out, sort of on the edge of the porch. The columns, I might have that.
That second floor in there, like, let's just make it a little bigger, and they're just like,
Question I have, and I know you have a bit of a note, but I think it's still a little vague. The whole house is siding, is that right?
So right now, the whole house is vinyl siding, yes. And so again, this is what I mean, is then the current owner is not really prepared to do a full scale, pulling all of the vinyl siding off of the entire building. But what he would like to do is take the vinyl siding off of the front and sort of have a termination place in the corners. And so that, you know, to just begin with restoration as opposed to going back with vinyl.
all right, so. What did you just say? So if you pull the vinyl off and it's terrible, what will happen?
So one, the building owner is not prepared to do a full scale removal of the vinyl in the entire building. So the front is what he's proposing with, and then to do corners to sort of tie the vinyl in. And if the siding is in poor condition, he's prepared to do repair the way that the city prefers. Site.
Any other board questions at this time? We'll move on to public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public? Okay, we have a position statement from Historic Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for work to the front porch at 51 Chapel Street. We are very pleased the applicant is making an effort to reestablish the front porch. This will be an improvement to the building overall. We suggest that the first and second floor columns should be aligned. We also encourage the applicant to consider opening the entire second floor porch, or at least design the current improvements to make it easier in the future to reestablish the porch. We recommend approval with these comments and potential adjustments on the record. Is all the public comment that we have. Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
Recommendations and fire chairs are not original. And staff appreciates the reestablishment of the of the proposed columns and railing them at those. Just from our usual staff review comments about the balusters and construction details. Staff recommendation is for conceptual approval with minor review.
Ms. Marty, did you want to respond or clarify anything raised in the public? Public comment in the applicant's presentation is now closed. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
I applaud, this is a good first step to.
But hopefully we'll see more to come.
I think my one request would be to make sure that the parts that are getting reestablished are reestablished properly, so that when down the road, whether this owner or a future owner completes the process of making it better, none of these things have to be undone. So I'm mainly focusing on getting the columns in the correct location and properly aligned. And kind of, I guess this is sort of a phase one, hopefully, of so that none of this would have to be undone. That would be my only comment, and then to work with staff as or if needed on
critical just to be smart about the investment. You know, if you're trying to move toward a proper restoration, a lot of sense to put money into that cantilevered condition that right. I don't think it doesn't, it's just weird. It doesn't match the sisters and it doesn't make structural sense and it's something. And that needs to be fixed there. And, you know, as far as you can convince your client to go farther, the better. Like the, you know, the fenestration on the first floor, it'd be so nice if it were all going back to what it originally was, similar to the sisters, but I appreciate the first steps that you and your client are trying to take.
I'll make a motion for with that condition of
Gonna be a board condition on cantilever. You guys are still okay with final details and staff?
final review by staff.
I think the recipe is there.
Conceptual approval.
Final review by staff with staff comments and a board comment that the call it realignment of the columns made the awkward cantilever condition.
I'll second that. And just as a quick aside, if you could convince the owner to just open the whole porch, I mean, that, I looked at the plan and it seems like just a tiny kitchen up there would be sufficient and it would be so nice to have that full porch. Just advocating for that casually.
Sorry, a motion on the floor for conceptual approval with final review by staff, staff comments and a board comment for realignment of the front columns to eliminate the awkward cantilever. We have a second by Julia. I'll put it to vote. Glenn,
Yeah, in favor.
Fillmore,
Yeah, in favor.
Bill,
Yeah.
Julia.
Favor.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Thanks, Tom. I'll do what I can on the
Agenda item number 14 has been deferred by the applicant. Agenda item number 15 is 57 Berry Street. Frankie, you'll give us an introduction, please.
Bear is requesting conceptual approval for new construction of a single-family residence in Charleston Village in the Old and Historic District. The location on Bear. Photos.
Good evening now. Joel Adrian, designer for 57 Berry, and I will keep it extremely brief. So, last lot we built in this second neighborhood. I guess if you go to the site plan, that the elements and the massing and the scale and the proportions of the house have been well within context of what else is around it. I guess you can advance. We'll go ahead and get to the elevations because that's really what we need to look at. It's a 3,100 square foot house. Like I said, I think form, shape, and design within the neighborhood. I really don't have a whole lot to elaborate, but the iron railings are used in the area we're looking at, just a simple shaded roof. Shutters, windows, kind of standard heights. We've got left and right masses that are 1 story, center part's 2 story. And I really will just entertain questions that y'all have for me.
Any questions from my fellow board members for the applicant?
Exterior.
So yes, the desire is that we would have a full stucco house. There's a couple stucco foundation and siding. Here at the bottom would be CMU block stucco over and then scored to make it look like larger stone or just stucco.
These houses. Over frame that it eliminated. Right here on your photo.
On the right is the white one on the
The white
right.
Yeah. Holding up.
That's it. Overall, it looks great. I'm not sure exactly when it was built, how long it's been there. But
I think we actually reviewed it.
like maybe 60.
61 feet, couple inches, maybe.
Stucco on frame, but I
don't think it has nearly as many.
I know I wouldn't necessarily venture to propose.
Interesting. That's why I asked how it's holding up.
I would say visibly, I can't see any crack in
They just usually the major.
I did attempt to set it, so it's hitting kind of midpoint on the main windows, and then it just holds that line horizontally around. And then we just those windows.
Yeah, but that's kind of.
Or had looked at any others.
Certainly willing to take time and research that one. When we come back, I'm assuming we're coming back, so. In the next round, we'll have some more detail, I'll get some building sections and all that together for you.
I think that was, I know this is more of a comment. I know it'd be worth pulling that file and figuring it out.
A lot of discussion it's been.
There was a lot of discussion about it. Client's offices on that.
That's the one essentially behind his, like from Barry.
It'd be down, so 87 Barry, drive into it, if you went all the way to the opposite side of the property. So if you think about the two entrances that come into here off of Barry, my lot is the one on the left, and that house is the one on the right of here. Basically, townhouse is at front Barry Street.
Campbell is who answered the questions about that material.
House that's closest to Barry. A lot of visible joints, but you're talking about the one that's further back.
Yes, it's all white. It looks honestly, I think it looks a little more modern. Over on the right-hand side, there's some porch infill. It looks like that was initially intentionally designed.
Your board questions? All right, we'll move into public comment. Do we have anyone speaking from the public?
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. While we realize this building is set back from the street, the Preservation Society is concerned that the form and character of this building are relatively suburban, and we encourage their restudy to better relate to the urban residential context of Halsey Park and the Charleston Village neighborhood. Specifically, the massing, the complex roof line, numerous garage openings and multitude of fenestration types are not appropriate, and we would ask that this have a full restudy. Thank you.
And we have no written comments, so that is all we have for public comment. Frankie, if you'll give us city staff comments and recommendations, please.
The most prominent portion of the proposed is the stair tower. Fortunately, the ground floor of this most prominent feature is treated to emulate the bay of the garage, overshadowing the entry. Restudy of the elevation and associated massing. South elevation may be the most visible, and this is one consists of large stucco plants and sorry, I wrote that one. Joint work. We're recommending restudy. There is no description or image of the proposed fencing and gates, but according to the first floor plan, site plan, this seems to be a large part of the front elevation, stretching from one corner of the house to the other. Information on these elements. The mix of fenestration needs restudy. The palette consists of single or double hung windows, small square and rectangular windows, and an accent oval window, and mixed with casement style French doors. Additionally, the French doors offer only Juliet balcony railings. To complicate matters, these openings utilize shutters which may or may not operate with the Juliet balcony railing. Charleston architecture relies on uncomplicated rhythm. While material and detailing pertain to preliminary review, general architectural direction falls under the conceptual review. The proposal does not depict a clear architectural direction or depict elements such as eave treatment or roof material that would push the project in one direction over another. Window head trim should reflect the window beneath it. The shutter shape should also reflect the adjacent window. Revise the architectural bands over any non-arched windows prior to preliminary review. Staff recommendation is deferral with staff comments.
Thank you, Frankie. Mr. Adrian, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comment or staff comments, recommendations? All right, public comment and the applicant's presentation is closed at this time. We'll move into board discussion and a vote.
Definitely don't think from a height scale problematic for me at all. Sort of the comments we heard from I would only make one potential comment, and first of all, a lot more amenable to the upper portion of this building wasn't. Nature of using that type of product, then it's the detailing elements that go around the fenestration and how that looks and how it's applied and everything sort of layers on itself. Versus if it did have, say, a wood representation, then based on the materiality that you could then break down some of these masses and create more interesting, call it urban type detailing. Illustration, but get more of a sense of that, what we're talking about, the urban detailing. With this form right here, you literally take trace paper, lay over this and get that with this form right here. I'm fine with the form. I just think wanting a little bit more of that. I don't think you're going to have to, take this out and restart it all. I think you could basically take what you've got and just put a new. My view. That's my opinion. But
I think that's a good way. I'm in agreement with you there, I think.
height, scale, the mass, all fitting of the. I think there is about the flavor of the architectural detailing and alignments of windows. A lot of that gets into a preliminary submittal.
Yeah.
I think you summed that up pretty well.
I was gonna ask staff, is it required streetscape? It's just, trying to understand this in context.
Related to the fencing and gates.
Or to adjacent properties,
So had that been something that we caught prior to today, we probably would have. Normally, we would like to have asked for that earlier. I'm not sure it's.
What actually submitted show the elevation of the house with the, also without those, you can actually see the house part. My thought was, I was just.
Yeah, I was just talking about, I thought with a brand new construction, we were supposed to have like a streetscape with the other structures and context. But cool, I think the way that Bill and Glenn done with that. So I might just go ahead and motion for deferral for architectural direction with staff comments. All of them are good. Do you guys? Maybe a comment discouraging stucco on frame.
Or further of that process.
Word comment to restudy the stucco on frame or add more detail.
Okay. Restudy the stucco on frame.
Detail on the proposed system.
Yeah, I got it.
Ask. Files past couple of years in that neighborhood because that discussion has definitely been had and
Sure would be, thank you.
We have a motion on the floor for deferral for architectural direction with staff comments and a board comment to resend stucco on frame or provide more detail on the proposed system. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bill? Put it to a vote. Fillmore?
Yay in favor.
Julia?
In favor.
Bill?
Yeah.
Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Adrian.
Thank you. Probably should have asked earlier, but you want me to brew a cup of coffee?
Almost too many.
I know. Yeah, I don't bring either.
My wine down bedtime thing.
Like an hour and a half. We are on the 16th and final agenda item. 304 King Street. Frankie, if you would give us an introduction, please.
304 King Street is requesting conceptual approval of storefront alteration. And it's for This is the location on King Street. Is this a photo? Photos of King Street.
Thank you, Frankie. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Ron Padulio, the architect for the tenant. And it is Bar Taco. It's a restaurant chain located out of Connecticut. And this is going to be their first location here in Charleston. Frankie, do you mind going back to those historical pictures? Particularly the ones, the Princess Theater and the Southern Furniture Factory. So this is what the building looked like early 1900s. Princess Theater took it over in 1911, and sometime after that, Southern Furniture Company took it over. Obviously, you have a beautiful marquee there, stone stucco facade, the pilasters of what I believe is what currently exists, a marble stone. Obviously, there's a lot of relief going around the cornice. And unfortunately, a lot of that stuff has gotten lost, as we've seen in some of the existing photos. But what has been maintained is that arch, the character of that marble pilaster and base and that trim around that arch. And what seems to be from giving Princess Theater to Southern Furniture to the previous tenant being some sort of a grill restaurant, that storefront has ever been changing. So in short, that's what we're proposing to do, maintain what we're calling the primary masonry facade and using the opportunity of the storefront to create our Bar Taco brand identity without altering the architecture of the primary building. Go to the first slide, and you already know the context of where this site is located. We can jump to the second slide as well. Which are some site photos, the front and the streetscape. You've already seen the context. This is what it looks like from the rear, facing east and south. On these elevations, we are not proposing to do anything to those elevations at all. What you see is what's existing. Thank you. If you can go to, excuse me, Frankie, to the next slide, please. So this is the proposed interior layout. We are significantly we're pretty much gutting the entire interior. And we are proposing to remove entirely the interior storefront that is set back about 42 inches from the front masonry facade. We are proposing to shift the door over from the center of that arch and the overall width of the space over to the right side so that there's a better entry point into the premise and not interfering or walking head on into the bar, which is what the previous thing. We're also proposing on the left side of that storefront a bifolding door to open up the restaurant to King Street and invite activity in rather than creating a hard facade shielding guests from entering the premise. Frankie.
I hear something key.
Yes. One of the unique opportunities of taking advantage of here is that there was a balcony that extended all the way across the front of the space, basically connected this mezzanine level and came all the way across. It was long and narrow and really not suitable for restaurant dining, particularly restaurant dining that you want to engage for those. What we did on the interior is we peeled that entire balcony off and created a larger, more rectangular shaped dining in the back. And the reason why I'm explaining that is that it allowed us to get more glass on the facade, allowing this facade to breathe and allowing the patrons on King Street to clearly see inside and to allow the light from within to kind of bellow out onto King Street in the evening hours. Frankie, the next slide, please. That's the roof plan. Not much changing there other than new mechanical equipment. Next slide, Frankie, and that is the proposed front facade. On the top right corner is the palette of material. Top left corner is the front facade. As you can see here, again, what I'm calling the primary masonry facade is staying exactly the way that it is today. all that we plan on doing is cleaning up the marble base, pilaster and trim around the arch, and putting a fresh coat of paint on the stucco facade above that arch. Beyond that, set again back 42 inches from that primary facade is where we're putting in our entirely new storefront, which again is going to consist from the bottom right corner, our entry door, then a solid wood board facade that'll hold a bar taco signage with a single light source above it to put light on that. That'll be made up of 9 8x8 ceramic tile that are handmade. To the left of that is the bifolding doors, also out of wood. A band that'll hold the structure to support the weight of the storefront, also cladded in a wood board, and then above that, wood picture windows. Next slide, Frankie. Here's a cross section through that facade. Here is where we start to see some of the signage that we're proposing. That tile signage that I mentioned, what is noted here as detail 4, as well as a blade sign to engage pedestrian traffic as they're traveling up and down King Street. The blade sign is proposed to also be done out of 1x6 boards, similar to the facade, but the blade sign will be painted white, just so that we have that contrast between natural wood facade and painted wood sign. And then on the sign will be the painted Bar Taco logo, painted in the Bar Taco blue, which you'll see in the previous slide. And then the last page, Frankie, is are the perspectives of what we're proposing.
Do my fellow board members have any questions for the applicant?
Is that stucco, has it been painted before?
Sure. Not lately.
What do you think? Okay, been painted, can you tell?
Looks grimy right now, but.
Okay, thanks.
One of the existing photos, there's a discoloration on the pilasters where you can actually see the watercolor. And adjacent to that, a beige whitish paint that seems to have been. I have no fact of that, I'm just.
Any other board questions?
That's going to be put on the outside, but it looks painted.
Larry, just one.
The storefront that is there now,
Age, I know this, that has all evolved, but do we?
is that
90s.
pre? Moments, which was a restaurant wine bar before I was old enough to have wine. They had some really cool wrought iron great things out.
I feel like they did that storefront cinema.
So it wasn't King Street Grill.
Original theater, and then you had one when it was the furniture.
That was.
That's in the 60s.
That was
That was
60s, 50s. Let's see,
Is that boarded? Yeah, that was boarded out.
For anyone that they're right there, that one. So we don't know the exact vintage of that, but I was looking at the.
There's nothing like this there now.
Obviously,
Your board questions? All right, we'll move to public comment.
Catherine Carroll with the Preservation Society of Charleston. The Preservation Society is very excited to see the renovation of this highly unique street facade. The current approach, and in particular, the proposed natural wood finish, is not compatible with the architecture or the material palette that's characteristic of the Art Moderne style, or whatever you call this. It's a little bit, this is the first time I saw some of those historic photos, so very interesting. But we feel that this building deserves a custom approach to rehabilitation, and we encourage the applicant to explore storefront options that better capitalize on the unique shape of this opening and the building's historic character, drawing from some of these historic images would be fantastic. So we ask that this proposal be deferred for further study. Thank you.
We have a position statement from the Historic Charleston Foundation. HCF has reviewed the application for conceptual approval of storefront alterations at 304 King Street. This building was the former Pastime Theater built by Albert Tilly. It had a grand facade with an elaborate marquee entry that was eliminated in the mid-1900s. Although the proposed design does not negatively impact the historic fabric of this building, we believe the design is highly incongruent with the overall architecture of the building and represents a missed opportunity to correct some of the previous alterations. We recommend denial of this application that the storefront can be redesigned to better relate to the building and better reflect the grandeur of the original storefront. And then she has included a picture of the Southern Furniture Store. That is all for public comment. We'll move to city staff comments.
Storefront should be set back within recessed from the arch, similar to the current storefront and of the applicant. The proposed facade and materials are very informal insertion into a very formal facade. The arrangement of elements should be restudied for a better balance. The proposed roll-up door extinguisher sections would not be permitted on King Street. Staff recommendation is for upgrade either in material or fenestration patterns to the.
Thank you, Craig. Is it DeLeo? DeLeo, did you want to respond to anything raised in the public comment to the city staff comments and recommendations?
Other than, the choice of the facade was very much reflective of the brand itself. Just like other retailers up and down that street, King Street that is, everyone's identity is identified through the architecture of their facade. Largely, the masonry facade remains intact, but everyone again creates their identity through the use of material, and in this particular case, this was in alignment to the brand of Art Deco to create their identity on King Street.
Mr. DeLeo. All right, public comment and the applicant presentation is closed. I'll open it up for board discussion and a vote.
What really struck me at first is comments. Is that there's a very large facade in play here, but the aesthetic context of it is contained within an archway. Everything else is just a neutral field. So really, to me, you really have to take that part of it as the facade. And I believe that the natural wood finish being a part of the branding, and I totally appreciate that, carrying up all the way up into that archway is a little overpowering to me. But like a salient point, there are definitely storefront presence that do reflect the company on behind it. I would have thought it might have been better to come up to maybe approximately where the spring point of the arch is around where you have some banding. That banding and everything above that banding, including the patterning of the fenestration, was more akin to something that historically we might have seen before. And then we might have been able to use some of that barnwood stuff below that band, maybe even slightly recessed from that band. It would leave to me a little more of the Charleston appearance, context, but give you your branding at street level. that experience. So it'd be kind of the header level of your door system and your entry system. Still have the barn wood, still do. So if the person walking down the sidewalk up to that height is going to relate to vibe is. I think I could go for that, candidly. If, again, there's enough record precedent to say, okay, but the upper part of this fenestration up here needs to be done in this certain way. And there may be a paint color that could still be sympathetic with your vibe. I would see that kind of as a good compromise solution, because someone could come later on, maybe they're going to open a whatever restaurant that doesn't have anything to do with the Southwest or taco or whatever. They could take the barnwood away and do their branding, but then that upper part could still stay. So that would just be the differentiator for me, would be from the spring line up of how that storefront or fenestration is treated.
I'm thinking back to my memories of what this relatively impressive, seemingly impressive arched storefront building over the past 25 years that I've paid attention to it. It's remarkable to look at all of these old photos and how decorative it really was and how dumbed down it is now, yet every business I remember being there, from Sonoma's to Mitao to King Street Grill, whatever else, I always think of this archway as being the dominant force. And so I was kind of taken aback when I saw the submittal with the white, because when it was King Street Grill, it was black. And so my point here is that everything in the past has sort of receded and faded away and let the arch do the talking as sort of a respectful nod to the building. And I think that's where I'm leaning, is that I don't think there's anything officially sacred about storefront material that is there. I mean, obviously we have photos of it being however many different iterations, but I think whatever it is needs to take a step back and recede from the dominant architectural expression of the building and not compete with.
Yeah, that's good points all. And just in terms of the branding aspects, I get that desire, but I think in a historic corridor like this on King Street, everyone's branding has to be toned down. I mean, it's just that you're have a location on King Street, and that is kind of your claim to fame. It's just a different mindset from a shopping center where you can full on have your brand on every surface. I just think the branding part has to be toned down.
I after hearing Bill's comment, I can agree with that. Just maintaining that arch and changing something about that. Not just having the glass there, but you can still have your branding. And I agree. I don't think there's anything particularly, as long as you have maintained, I don't want to say the arch because you're not doing anything with the arch, but what happens within that arch. I don't have a problem with the wood on the side and your branding. And, Julia, do you think that just looking at, this bottom portion, do you think that's toned down enough for King Street?
There could be a solution for the storefront that would be more timeless, like 100% more timeless, and maybe you paint it your signature blue for now, but it doesn't have to be demolished and not that you'll ever leave this location, but if it ever happened, you wouldn't have to totally demolish and rebuild the storefront.
Wondering if the storefront would actually look more toned down if they did something with this arch that was really special.
Well, that's why I was saying, I thought that if they could pick that line and do what now we have probably however many iterations to choose from there. Go ahead and do your barnwood, do your signature stuff down below, because there are a ton of storefront up and down King Street. Not the casting disperses, but I believe, one of the architects I'm going to mention is not retired yet, but the other one's retired. Call them Will and Joe's. Do you remember Will and Joe's? Will and Joe's they had designed this bulkhead design for storefronts, and suddenly like every storefront in the 90s had Will and Joe's. And I'm guilty. I did probably 5 or 6 of them myself. That's all there was. And it became vanilla. It was very bland. So that's why I'm encouraged that potentially you could get your branding at the patron experience level. Use your barnwood, use whatever you want. Just go up to that line and maybe have that line hold out a little proud of it. Right? Because somebody could come and take that part of the branding out and then come and work their thing in underneath it. Decent compromise. Hey,
You look at that. Probably whatever there and probably because the original storefront is not coming back. The theater front is not coming back to this building, and it really complemented. Sign was uniform. Was that I think that subordinate to the historic architecture of the. I think you can do that and accomplish a level of branding as well. It has to be thought out very carefully. I don't think it's simple.
It's not that complicated. I just think usually think of context of the personality of a shop. And I was just looking at the streetscape photos that were submitted of the archway. Look down, a couple of shops down is that little boutique. Late line or side of the street, not the yellow.
Martina?
Yes, Fortina. Yeah. You notice that has its little personality, its little color, its little pink, its little pops, little signage, but it's all within that storefront. Upper building is gray and white.
I think something was there before. You know, I mean, it can translate to another brand with color and the sign.
Yeah. But I guess what I'm saying is it could also just take the barnwood, which I think is an important, seems to be a thing for this branding. And I think that's legit. Walk out later. Maybe the door system wouldn't work this. And I don't mean to say anything, any deference to the company, like they couldn't be there in 20 years. I hope they are. But I'm just an old jaded guy who's worked on the same buildings now for 2 or 3 times. So that's just the reason I say it.
Hearing like Ghost of Dennis in my head that, you know, we need to think more long-term than.
Well, I think that's where I think the compromise comes from is the long-term. This is, I don't want to, this is what I think about what Bill said is that there actually is some, in a way, restoration of that arch. I mean, I'm looking at the picture of the Southern Furniture Company, and I see that, you know, you've got dividers there, and I'm looking and I'm seeing dividers. I think in a way there could be, you know, the beginnings of a restoration of that arch.
That piece.
Yeah.
And let them do their thing.
And everything below is branding, but through this, you actually get back some of what has been lost over the years.
I agree with large part of what's being said. I think my concern is about the pine finish and the barnwood.
I think if all of that were
In 40 years, should this facade have barnwood? Because there's nothing that can make us take the barnwood away.
It almost becomes like signage to me.
Well, bronze finish, it doesn't have to be bronze. I'm just saying that, back to my original point, I think that the materials are drawing too much attention away from the historic building. I think the materials need to recede a little bit. Have your function with the rearrangement of doors and windows and all of that. But I can't help but think finish aside from barnwood and pine stain tacos or bars, whatever they're bars and tacos.
I know, but in Daco has some of that stuff. It does, but it's further north than a
less significant building.
Yeah,
I think that's more of their signage that is.
And a door and a sign, yeah, and maybe something in the non-historic part.
I think the really cool thing that is attractive about this, and it's a cool design, is potentially this ability, and I don't know whether it's allowed or not, to open this folding here, and then the way that the door itself is set into that. That's why I would think that's pretty cool, and I would say keep that. Just go up to that band and make everything above that. Have some influence. Still paint it to go with your branding scheme, but that'd be more of a painted finish, and then you just do your branding below that band. Going to that. People don't seem to like that. So.
Make a motion, see what happens.
I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm looking at the elevation on A 8.9. Under elevation on the top right. I'm thinking all of that would be
Just weren't the heartwood, pine, stain, Marvin, and barnwood. It should be a little more toned, dark direction.
Right there at the door head.
That's where I'm thinking is that whole wood piece up there, that is missing. That becomes part of the, whatever the restored historic arch, everything above the door line. And then you only have the wood on that lower section.
50 years and talk about the
I know the wood's gonna be.
Already know. The wood is trendy.
I saw the wood at
It's
the corner of King and Forest Street when it went up, and everybody thought that restaurant was the living end. And I looked at that wood and I said, that wood's gonna look bad within 5 years.
Oh, that lasted what, a year?
On that note, you want to make your motion?
Yeah.
Also use wood, speak slowly.
So, and you're asking for, I guess what I'm saying contextually, I want to say that the approval of everything down here below this band. So, because of the upper portion, or the approval conditionally with the upper portion.
Honestly, Bill, I'm thinking with at least the comment that you made and that I've made as well. I almost think because the extent of it, and it's literally upper half, that perhaps it's deferral. So that, I don't know if that makes it more difficult for you. If we the top. And
I'm trying to help it along. Yeah, I know it's a business and it's trying to get open and there's time and there's always
on, so just to.
It's your motion.
And if I can work with staff. Sure. Speak.
Okay, you know, to me, it's fairly cut and dry. There's a line of delineation. Yes, so, okay. Do this. I will make a motion for deferral. That's comments. Except for, three is not a roll of doors, not. Comments one and two.
Well, section.
Indicating something
Oh,
right here. I thought it was.
Old door. Does it roll up?
So
That's a different feature.
Exactly. So these Marvin windows, because we're in a wind zone 2, 147 miles an hour, they're not rated for that level of wind. So
it's a hurricane.
it's a hurricane shutter that's concealed behind the arch, so you wouldn't see it from the outside.
But, so we don't have any ability to keep you from rolling that down as a security measure every night of the week.
Understood.
And so we've denied other security applications of that sort.
They're alternate systems.
So that one concerns me though.
Well, I'll
Sorry.
make a motion for the staff's comments. Quick comment that detailing from the door head of the proposed storefront or the spring line, approximate spring line of the arch, everything above be detailed in more of a painted wood detailing akin to inspiration of one of the historic neighborhoods. And
I'm ready to talk slowly. We're all trying to get it.
sorry, guys.
I got in more of a painted wood, which is indicative of
The more indicative of the historic images. Branding, materials and or architecture occur below that band. Pearl with final details to staff.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Let me get this right. Deferral with staff comments, a board comment, the detailing from the door head of the proposed storefront up to be detailed in more of a painted wood indicative of the historic images, and then any branding occur below that door head.
Branding or branding materials.
Branding or branding materials.
No shorthand?
Really badly inconvenient. Occur below the door head and final details to staff. Do I have a second?
Before we vote? It's late, I know. I'm just getting our head around. Okay, so the Bar Taco brand is woodsy, glazing, open air, beachy. But the opposition, I know you haven't voted yet, but the branding material of natural wood, you're giving that to us.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Is that
Do you
something?
want, in other words,
I just want to be clear before we get
Would
what
you,
y'all's direction is.
would you like that to come back to us?
you're worried about the
No, I mean, it's
durability of the
super-
material, the durability of it.
Well, there's also that.
I think
whole
there's a
area
timeless element to be.
I mean, I know the brand and I think that the glazing is very indicative of the brand and it's very pertinent and it's a nice juxtaposition in the arch. It's the wood. Yes, concerns me.
If it were my motion, the staff, that I would probably let it come back to the board. But it's not my
I'll put it out there, y'all can vote and then very quickly amend it if you want.
So no
Just put it out
revised
there.
motion. Okay.
No, I just wanted to put it out there because
Do we have a second to Bill's motion? Okay, Bill's motion fails. We have a new motion on the floor. And I'll say, it seems like we're probably all in consensus that it's a deferral. The last motion, Julia, maybe you had issues with some parts of it, but I know my issue with the last motion was if staff, based on that motion, would prefer it come back before the board.
you want to make it easy.
Bill, are you making a revised motion
Sure.
for a
Tighter and tighter.
deferral with staff comments and a board comment, the detailing from the door head, proposed storefront above be detailed in more of a painted wood indicative of the historic images, and that any branding or branding materials occur below that door head.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. We have a second to Bill's motion.
That comes back.
Comes back to the board.
Just defer.
I'll second it because it's coming back to the board. And I'm just going to, since nobody else is here, I'm going to say that I'm looking at all of their branding, and the branding is the sign with the dragonfly that will be mounted on the wall. All of their locations, which I've never heard of Bar Taco before, but it appears a lot of them don't all have barnwood on them. And so barnwood is not going to sell a taco or not. Like, it's their sign that I think people are going to apparently be familiar with that logo. We'll see.
I know there's a motion on the floor, enough time passed, the motion failed. I don't want to pass a motion and then the applicant comes back with the barnwood that members do not like, and then, he's gone down the wrong path, and we want that to
I don't
change.
want them to have a dead end.
Right, so, and I don't want him to spend more time, the client to spend more time and
And that's kind of why I refer to it as the branding.
Let me just try to fashion a different motion. I appreciate what you're doing, Bill, and trying to make it simple, and you're being really to the applicant. What if there were a motion that was for deferral? Board comments, the staff comments, and with the board comments, we study the architectural direction to incorporate branding in a more subtle way into a more timeless. So, all right.
We have a motion on the floor for deferral with staff comments and a board comment to restudy the architectural direction and to incorporate branding in a more subtle way into a more timeless design. Do I have a second?
Second that, but I'm going to be inappropriate and ask the applicant. I think you have a path forward. You've heard enough discussion that's not necessarily part of the motion to feel like you can get revised.
What I'm hearing is no natural wood. Right? And that's fine. I mean, it's open discussion, and as you mentioned, Bartonco has a lot of flavors to their facade, to their architecture. And sure, they won't be happy to hear the news, but again, they have other avenues of branding, as you've seen on their website. I guess it would be great if I could leave here with some sort of consensus of, and I'm not saying we should have a design charrette, or I'm happy to do so.
Just us here.
You guys are hungry. I'll buy everyone a drink if we can settle this, but.
If I could interject, and I'm
Sure.
only doing it because this is not my place to say, but it's totally not my place to say, but I think glazing, emphasizing the glazing is important, and like symmetry to the element. I don't know that that's a given, but I think painting just, I see it with minimal trim, white, whatever.
Which is what's there
And
now.
just glazing.
I mean, Frankie, if you don't mind, go back to the existing image. I mean, what if we took exactly what's there now, took the two wood doors and shifted them over to the right bay and put glass operable doors maybe in all three bays to achieve that openness that they're looking for? Even the facade white with glass. That's the simplest approach. I don't know if ownership will agree to that, but just so that I leave here with an understanding.
Or a color that might be a little more within.
But white is. White works. White, blue, and natural wood is, well, colored in the palette material.
Stained, I mean, what about stained wood trim?
What's that?
What about stained wood trim?
Well, that's what
I
we
mean,
have
not
proposed
stained,
now.
but just like, well, I mean, when you say barn wood, and when I see those elements, I see a minimal stain on it. I mean, I see like knotted pine, you know,
Oh, it's kind of a honey color.
like what type of wood, I guess is the
That
question.
picture, they submitted a picture, that's pretty indicative of it. It's like a clear cedar of some kind, right? Like whether.
It is, it's Douglas fir. Is what it is.
Fir?
Yeah. It's reclaimed Douglas fir. And not reddish in tone.
Can you humor me for a second? Just look at the historic image again. It seems like all the fenestration in the historic image, the earlier one, more vertical. I don't know, it's just like more elegant, and it does justice to the arch. And you could talk them into redoing the whole thing and having, you know, some sort of nod to that original design. I think that's probably really cool.
So what I'm hearing now is literally keep the same design that we have in terms of the orientation of the windows and doors, just make it all white.
The existing geometry is more horizontal than the historic.
No, it's vertical. If you look at
His
the.
is vertical,
Yeah,
the, what's there now is very horizontal.
Oh, yeah. Maybe, then, yeah, maybe, yeah. Just shift the detailing a little so it's a little bit more traditional, maybe.
I mean, what we could do is particularly in that horizontal band, rather than just have a flat trim or even 1x6 boards, could even entertain the idea of putting like a picture frame molding, if you will, to kind of just bring in some of the historic character on the street.
It's sounding good. And Anna Catherine, I'm sorry that you stopped it. You have to. Are you contractually obliged to wait until we're done talking?
I just want to hear it. This is my.
Well, so we have a motion on the floor, and we do want you to walk away with some directions. We don't want you, I mean, I think that's one of the biggest things I hear about it. I walked away with no direction.
Yeah.
We never do that. Other folks do that. But so I want to make sure that you walk away with a good idea of what you can bring back.
Yeah, I think you're on the right track too.
Well, so we have a motion on the floor that
Really,
Glenn
really
said
mad?
he would second. Glenn, are you still seconding that motion?
I was saying that I think he is
at least my request to not conflict and not take away from the historic portions of the building. I mean, the new addition, the new work should not compete with stone,
Granite.
I think it's marble.
That's marble, whatever it is. To me, like the veining of that is weird. I think there's some texture.
so a more simple, be it dark, be it light storefront, I think allows
Become more.
We'll put the motion to a vote. Bill?
Did you repeat the motion?
Never.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Yes. The motion is for a deferral with staff comment and a board comment to restudy the architectural direction and to incorporate branding in a more subtle way into a more timeless design. Elmore, how do you vote?
In favor.
Bill?
Yeah.
Julia? Gwen? Chair votes majority and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. DeLeo.
Thank you.
Thanks for sitting through the marathon meeting.
Thank you for all the guidance.
Oh, do I have a motion to adjourn?
And sorry,
Thank you.
it's not normally this much of a service. We have one meeting this month instead of two. So you're catching us. Actually, a longer agenda.
As long as you can have more time between the middle and meeting, I think it change the ordinance.
Do you guys want to go back to 2?
Also, what
Normally mine, but I gotta be on a plane at 6:30. Oh, God. Oh, I gotta sign that. I took my stylus out and then I lost it while sitting right here. So my stylus